Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Oklahoma City Planning Commission for Thursday, September the 26th. We have quite a few people in attendance today, but for those of you who don't come regularly, if you have a cell phone with you, now would be a great time to turn that off, and I'll do the same. If there's an item on the agenda about which you'd like to address us, there are forms like this on the table in the hallway outside. You'll fill one out for us with your name and address, the number of the item that you wish to speak to. That'd be very helpful for us as we move through this. Because we have so many here today, I would ask that for those of you who are all here on a given item, that you get together and decide upon one or perhaps two spokespersons to address your concerns. And for those of you who are represented, of course, that may be easier than for others. But we do have a limit on the amount of time each individual speaker is entitled under our bylaws to spend, and that limit is 3 minutes. So we'll go with that and see how far we get. I would like just to caution people not to be repetitive or to bring up extraneous or irrelevant things to the discussion that's underway. Any comments should be addressed to the commission and not to other members of the audience or to the applicant. So please keep that in mind. For those of you who don't come down here all the time, I'll give you just a little quick housekeeping rundown. We'll do a little bit of this and that here at the beginning to get some almost administrative matters out of the way. When we get to the portion of the agenda where we are hearing items in turn, we'll ask each of the applicants to come forward, give us their name and address, tell us what it is they're here asking for. We may have questions of that person. We may ask if there are other people who wish to speak on the matter. If they do, they need to come forward and do the same thing. Give us their name and address, tell us why they're here, what they have to say. We may have questions for that person. Beyond that, the commissioners may speak amongst themselves, and then we'll call each item for a vote in turn. We have a little bit of a timing issue here today. We're short a couple of commissioners, and because we have some items on the agenda that there are so many people here in attendance for, we want to be sure that those people get a full hearing. Commissioner Pennington, as I understand it, needs to leave early today. So one of those items about which so many people are here is in his ward. And I believe that we're going to rearrange our agenda just a little bit to accommodate that item first so that we can be sure that he's here with us when we hear it. That's item number 15. So the first order of business is receipt of the minutes of the September 12th meeting.
Move approved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to receive the minutes of the September 12th meeting. Please cast your votes. They are received. We have continuance requests, and we have several.
We have uncontested requests. The first is item 17, SPD 1127. That's been deferred to October 24th. Item 18 has been deferred to October 24th as well, and item 19 deferred to November 14th. We have a new request for continuance, number 13, PUD 1735, deferred to October 10th.
Is there anybody here today that wanted to be heard on any of those items? come forward, please? Give us your name and address for the record.
Charles Bradley from Mustang Public Schools. I'm the superintendent.
And which item did you wish to be heard on?
Item 1735.
So, item number 13.
And this is my first time, so for me this is normal, so I'm just kidding of all the people here. The applicant has asked that this item be continued. Did you have something that you wanted to tell us about this anyway? Well, being the superintendent, I've been part of the Mustang School District for 20 years, and that's a growing area, particularly for West Oklahoma City. Most of our district that's in Oklahoma City would be Ward 3, and we gain about 1,000 students just under every 2.7 years, and so because of that growth, it's very difficult for the schools to keep up with the growth, and so my purpose for being here it's not any for yes or no with the developer who's planning that item. It's to become a part of the process so that we can be better informed as a school district of what the planning is taking place in West Oklahoma City so that we can better accommodate that as a school district.
Okay, let me ask the applicant, how long are we continuing this item?
Till the next hearing. We got a call from Commissioner Coffey with some questions. So we decided it best to continue it to try to clear up some of the questions she had. So we're happy in the interim to get a meeting set up.
I think that'd be a great idea. And you may want to contact Commissioner Coffey as well. You'll make sure he has the information he needs to contact her, won't you?
I met with just outside Sarah Welch, and she gave me some great information. And that would probably be the number one reason that I'm here, is to get involved in the process so that the more information we have, then the better we can serve the students of Mustang.
I love that idea. Why don't you plan to come back?
Okay, absolutely.
Okay, thank
you.
you. Anybody else that thought they wanted to be heard on any of the items that we're about to continue? If not, I'll take a motion.
Motion to continue items is read.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to continue items 17, 18, 19, and 13. Would you cast your votes, please? Those items are continued. Do you have any new requests for continuance?
Not a new request. I've got a question. You had mentioned moving item 14. Is it also your intent to move item 14 so that all the people here can have the benefit of having the full commission as constituted today?
I have sort of mixed feelings about that. I think our agenda is one that we will move through pretty quickly today. Maybe I'll ask the commissioners how they feel about that. I would prefer to hear the items in turn. I certainly am wanting and willing to accommodate Commissioner Pennington's schedule, but
I'm fine with what you're thinking. I think your point earlier was that the item we're moving up is because it's in Commissioner Pennington's ward.
yes.
The other item, while important, is not in his ward, so I would leave it in the order it already was. I hate to lose him for that item or any item, but it's not his ward, so that's
And
fine.
it may be that we'll be able to move quickly enough that we'll get to it before he has to leave us, but I think, I know that he's put in quite a lot of time on the item that is in his ward, and I think it's important to have him here for that. So, anybody else? Okay. My other question was, is there anybody else who wants to continue a case? Okay. We have a consent docket, which means that there are items on the agenda that are relatively simple items, ones that we feel strongly enough positively about, if that's quite the way to say that we consider them as a group rather than voting on them individually. Would you read those for us, please?
Yes, the first is the final plat of Robertson's Landing. It's located west of North County Line Road and south of Northwest 122nd Street. The second is a final plat of Crestone Ridge 4, and that's located north of West Wilshire Boulevard and west of North County Line Road. And the third is an application to rezone 2200 Northwest 192nd Street from R1 to AA. The fourth is an application to close a portion of Southwest 2nd Street between South Chartres and South Dewey Avenue.
Is there anybody here today that thought they wanted to be heard on any of those items?
David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Utility staff has asked that we remove item number 4, which I'm happy to do to state something on the record, so perhaps you guys can vote on the balance other than that one.
Okay. I have someone signed up, Mr. Jeff Fry, to speak on item number 3. Did you wish to be heard, sir?
Not necessarily. I'm just here on behalf of Mr. Case to answer any questions,
Okay.
if there are any.
As it turns out, I have one.
Okay.
How long has the horse stable there been operating as a non-conforming use?
I don't know the answer to that. For a number of years, though.
Like more than 20?
I do not know the answer to that. I'm sorry.
Is the only option, staff, for them to rezone the property in order to maintain that use, or is there an alternative? Because if there's an alternative, I'd like to pull this item too and talk about it.
As it sits, they can care for their own horses and they can't board horses of other people. They need the Ag A zoning to board horses.
In other words, for third parties.
That's a change in what it has been, is they're going to do boarding of horses that don't belong to them.
Is there another course of action short of rezoning this entire tract that would allow them to do that?
No.
No. And there's nobody else that signed up to speak against that? Okay. All right. We can leave it then.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll take a motion on items 1 through 3.
So moved. Second.
A motion and second to approve items 1, 2, and 3. Please cast your votes. They are approved. Item number 4. I'm sorry. Could you read that for us?
That's an application to close a portion of Southwest 2nd Street between South Chartres Avenue and South Dewey Avenue.
Once again, for the record, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is a closing application made necessary by the Boulevard. It went to the DDRC last week. They recommended approval of it. The reason staff asked it to be pulled from the consent docket is the city has some utilities, I believe sewer and water, underlying that portion of Southwest 2nd Street. And so we need to, on the record, state that we are willing to reserve an easement for the city through the vacation action, which, of course, we are willing to do.
Okay. Commissioners? Is there anybody else here today who want to be heard on this item? No. I'll take a motion.
Make a motion to recommend approval on CE 1005, which is item number 4. Second.
A motion and second to approve item number 4. Cast your votes, please. It is approved.
Thank you.
So, items to be heard in turn. Oh, yes, and yes, we're going to hear item number 15 first.
Okay, item 15 is an application to rezone 4600 East Wilshire Boulevard from AA to PUD 1730.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. On behalf of the applicant, Marcus Uday, who's also here with me, this is an application for a PUD on Wilshire east of Coltrane. It's an application that, if you recall, when it first came before Planning Commission, I believe about a month ago, we were unaware that there was protest till that day, and we sought to have it continued to allow a neighborhood meeting to take place. We were able to have that neighborhood meeting and discuss the issues and the concerns that the residents have. This case is perhaps best summed up as a disagreement about the long-term direction of this area of the city. When you look at the comprehensive plan for this area, the comprehensive plan designates this 32 acres as well as hundreds of acres surrounding it to the south and to the north as urban reserve. I know we spent a lot of time talking on Thursdays about the comp plan and what these various reserve layers mean, but what urban reserves means is that this is an area identified by staff in the comprehensive plan process that was an area that at some point will be ripe for urban development. The time in which it would be ripe for urban development is when it would have all necessary city services. Right now we have access to public water. Right now we have adequate urban response time for fire and adequate urban response time for police. The one major bit of infrastructure that we do not have is sewer. Now, sewer is not that far away, but it isn't compatible with what we want in this development. But to be clear, this entire area, when you look at the map as provided for in Plan OKC, this area is ripe for urban development at some point, and perhaps not that far in the future. Now, when we met with the neighbors, it was clear that they were unwilling to accept anything less than 5 acres. To be sure, I believe it was either Commissioner Pennington or perhaps Commissioner Powers that asked the question, is there anything under 5 acres that would be acceptable? I believe the question was posed by, show me your hands if you're willing to accept anything under 5 acres, and nobody raised their hand. And so it was very clear at that point that, like some cases happen, we were at an impasse. We believe that our half-acre lots are a compatible type rural development for this area. The strange thing about this case is if we had decided to bring sewer, we would be filing a comprehensive plan update request in which we would be asking to remove the urban reserve layer and let it go urban low intensity. At that time, it is my belief, after talking to staff, that staff would support that based upon the comp plan, based upon when you look at the comp plan provisions, we have all of the other items necessary for urban low, that being, again, water, fire, police. The thing we lack is sewer. But if we brought sewer, not only would this site be ripe for urban development, but perhaps a broader swath of land in this area. And so when I say it's a disagreement about the direction of this area, to me, this area is an area in transition. Unlike the land that we see in Commissioner Privett's ward or Commissioner Clare's ward, where there are large areas where you have this pressure for half-acre lots, the problem being there simply is no possible solution for infrastructure where it might be urban. So we view this as a middle ground approach. Because if urban services were here, what you'd see is an application for R1. And what R1 would mean was, instead of half-acre lots, you'd see an application for 6,000 square foot lots. And so I think that perhaps at this stage would be inappropriate. So again, what we propose, being half-acre lots as a minimum, some are bigger, we think conforms to what this area is and what this area will continue to be. There are a handful of technical evaluations that the staff provides in the event that this was approved, and I want to talk about those briefly. We can't agree to 1 or 2, because again, what we're providing is a half-acre lot development, but we do agree to 3, 4, and 5. Importantly, number 5, again, that sewer's only 3,000 feet away. When it does come, it's in the city's best interest, and perhaps this development's best interest, to have the easements in place so that sewer could be extended through it. One of the concerns that utility staff often has in these types of situations is, are you going to block out and landlock a parcel so that when sewer does get there, it's not able to be extended? So by providing the necessary easements, we are ensuring that that doesn't happen, and because this, at the moment, doesn't have public sewer, it's not going to foreclose the ability in the future, or it won't foreclose the ability of other development to the south from having public sewer when, not if, when it gets there. So we view this as a reasonable approach to development in this area. This lot is 1 mile off of Interstate 35. It is an area that is going to continue to develop. It is an area that sewer will be here and will continue to develop in a manner a bit different than has been developed in the past. The Commission will remember we had a very similar case 1.5 miles to the north, just south of Oakdale, probably 6 months ago. At that time, we had a similar fight. We had half-acre lots, and the individual to our east was protesting because she didn't believe, she had an 80-acre tract, and she didn't believe this would ever be developed. In that case, the Planning Commission recommended approval, and ultimately City Council did approve it. So there is other examples in this area where this is the trend of development. So with that, we'd ask for your approval. Again, we believe this to be a reasonable approach to development in this area, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question for staff. I'm curious about why the alternative to denial is not that the applicant, or why even with this zoning application, the applicant is not being required to seek amendment of the comp plan with respect to the urban reserve before this application is considered?
The original application, I think the main reason is because of the density requested, and if they were to go the urban route, then they would be asked to amend the comprehensive plan. The staff report found that, that it wasn't consistent with the comprehensive plan because of the lot sizes. They could have gone that route. I think they knew that was an option. It would not be consistent with urban reserve the way it currently is. The only way really to bring it into consistency with the comprehensive plan would be to have a PUD there that is consistent and compatible with the surrounding low density uses. And there are lots of ways to do that, of course, in terms of subdivision design, lot sizes, tree preservation, open space, and things like that nature.
So is it because that even if they did amend the comp plan, it would go from urban reserve to urban low density, is that right?
Yeah.
And so, but this application doesn't meet that requirement either, does it?
The issue comes down to the provision of services. So because it's urban reserve and they wouldn't be providing services in this application, it wouldn't really meet that. They could have, that would be the only option.
We were in a tough spot. In order to meet the comprehensive plan, it means we're bringing sewer and providing all the urban services that exist, which means you wouldn't have half-acre lots. You would have something much more dense than that. And so it was an acknowledgement that we knew what staff was going to say. We didn't want to waste their time and effort and resources drawing a staff report up that we knew what it would say.
Well, just in terms of our process, I mean, it seems to me where we are considering an application that is not consistent with the typology, it makes more sense for us to consider a plan amendment. So that's why I asked the question.
Sure. There's been several others recently, both or three of them, I think, in Commissioner Privett's ward, where it was the same type of situation in which we filed an application that was inconsistent with the comp plan. We didn't file a comp plan change request because we knew it would be a recommendation for denial. Their staff report recommended denial of the PUD, and we proceeded on in that way instead of wasting everybody's time, effort, and money.
Okay.
But we think that, we understand the issues with the staff report and the issues with the comp plan designation. Our hope is that by providing the easements for the future sewer use, we're getting it as close as we can to urban without actually providing urban levels of density.
Well, whether it's an urban level of density, I think, is a question.
Perhaps.
It's clearly not a 6,000 square foot lot. It's
Correct.
not that kind of urban density. But it's also not consistent with any of our alternate sizes. So.
And the one I mentioned up just south of Oakdale is the exact same situation, where there wasn't it was urban reserve, and we filed a PUD that, just like this, staff had, I believe, as a recommendation for denial or in the alternative. And in that case, we did provide the easements necessary for sewer.
Sewer is the only city service that you lack in terms of checking boxes to be able to say that this area is appropriate for a comp plan amendment to urban low intensity, right?
That's my understanding, which is unique because a lot of times it's not just sewer and water, but we have problem with response time and fire, response time and police. But when we looked at the map and at the level of services that exist in the area, all of the other boxes are checked.
Does your client own this property currently?
He's got a contract.
So if he wanted to pull a...
He does own it, I'm sorry.
He does own it?
Yes, sir.
So if he wanted to pull a permit and pull sewer to this site, what would stop him from doing that today?
We'd have to work the utilities. We'd have to acquire easements through whatever means that would be required for that. Mm-hmm. And that's it.
But hypothetically, you could drag sewer to the site?
There are no engineering barriers that we see to getting sewer to this site.
Because of a couple of the letters that I read in protest, and your comment, Janice. There's a couple things I just want to say on this. I'm bothered about comp plan amendments as it relates to the public's right to have notice on these issues, because if he had pulled sewer to the site and filed a comp plan amendment, none of you all would have been notified. You wouldn't have received notice. So then he comes in and gets the comp plan amendment, right, which the city would recommend approval on. If all the city services were in check, hypothetically, they would recommend approval. If they did that, then he comes back with a zoning application having already received the comp plan amendment, and none of you folks would have been notified in that process. Then the zoning comes in, and the recommendation from city staff is now likely changed because he's brought those city services, and this discussion can't take place. In my view, this is a concern that I've brought up before. I continue to have this concern about the way that these comp plan amendments occur. And if people came in with comp plan amendments now that didn't have a joined zoning application, I would be very hesitant to support it for that reason alone. I think the comp plan, for some of you folks that commented in your letters, it's advisory in nature about zoning decisions. I would say that it carries a lot of weight. It's something that I can't speak for anybody else, but I do pay a lot of attention to what the comp plan suggests as I review those decisions, because people that are smarter than me and spent a lot more time than I did came up with those things about the city's growth and their importance. But it is very concerning for me, and so I just wanted to make that point, because not getting notice about comp plan amendments does affect zoning decisions. So I think in a roundabout way, this was a better outcome for the public than it would have been had it been a comp plan amendment first. So just want to get that on the record.
And that's certainly a fair point with respect to comp plan amendments. It really is. The other piece of that, as it applies to this particular tract of land, is how far did you say sewer was?
3,000 feet.
3,000 feet. So while that's not, insurmountable, there's a very definite cost to bringing sewer 3,000 feet. And the financial considerations of that calculation would almost, I don't want to put words in your mouth, would indicate, I think, that even half-acre lots would not be feasible. So if sewer were brought to the site, you really would be looking at a truer urban density, 6,000 square foot lots.
Yeah, what you typically see on your plats that are zoned R1 are somewhere between 6,000 and 10,000 square foot lots. 10,000 square foot lots on a traditional single-family neighborhood are typically on the higher end of the lots that get platted.
So there's that. For your information, I wanted to let you know that I spoke with staff about a great many of the protest letters that I read had to do with the condition of Wilshire. And so I asked them very specifically about that. It currently has a traffic count of 1,600. This proposed development would add, give or take, 400. But 7,000 is like the bare minimum that the city would look to for any kind of improvement beyond like simple resurfacing. So unfortunately, the way street improvements work is that they follow development rather than lead it.
And we ran into that by comparison. There was a case in Ward 8 where someone was trying to rezone some high. In fact, I think it was. You represented the applicant, and it was for a housing development that was in urban reserve, and that was one of the issues there, was that Northwest 150th basically turns into to call it a dirt road is really not kind of what a dirt road is.
122nd and Council, I believe, or County Line.
County Line.
Correct.
Yeah, and so, but that was a big consideration that we took in that case about removing that designation and supporting the application, was because the road framework wasn't in place. Is this a two-lane road?
Yes.
And road is a stretch. It's really in bad shape.
Okay.
Okay. So, anybody else have any questions of our applicant before we go any further?
The site is 32 acres, so you're saying half-acre tracts, but you're really not going to get 64,
41 lots.
41 lots as opposed to how many houses could you put in there if you ran sewer to it?
I believe that the number is about between 125 and 156.
I just have one question that's not related to that. In your facade regulations,
Yes.
maybe I've just not ever seen this or just missed it or something, but what is a ceramic, solid surface, plastic, and 3D? What are those descriptions of facades? Help me out there.
I'm going to turn that over to somebody much smarter and creative than I am.
Okay.
And my client.
So this is a cladding that's typical of more of a modern style of development. We see it in some commercial uses, and so it's basically, think of it as a solid surface in a shower, but made of some different composite materials and ceramic materials, so there's a lot of variance of it.
From staff standpoint, do we know, is solid surface something that we can identify in a review of a zoning application when somebody pulls a building permit? JJ's gone, so I'm looking at you, Curtis, but sorry.
I'm not familiar with the material, but you're saying it's 3D, so that it has depth and fastening?
Yeah, it's just how it's cut.
I've just not seen that language used, so I just want to make sure that staff's comfortable that that's something, when you go to pull a permit, they can review and do so, appropriately. So, JJ, question, the facade regulation, the terms ceramic, solid surface, plastic, and 3D, these are 4 distinct descriptions of facade regulations. Are those things in the code you can review?
I'm not aware of what they are. I would hope the plan review has crossed the path with those type of materials before and would know what they are.
Okay,
Especially if they're used in commercial applications, then they should know.
Okay, that's just that's a concern for me for whatever that's worth. I'm not sure how that would be reviewed. A solid surface is essentially anything.
Well, because we have such a lengthy discussion, I think, about to ensue, I will just say for what it's worth, without saying one way or the other whether I support the application, that under dumpster regulations, my staff report says, it is not anticipated that dumpsters would be utilized. It is the intent to utilize. That's not a requirement.
So we can get rid of the dumpsters. Now, the ability to have roll-offs on individual home sites when they're being constructed, we need, but no, we don't anticipate dumpsters.
Okay. Okay, so we have a bunch of people here who want to be heard. I want to hear as many of them as we need to. Before we start this, I think really what this case is about is whether it's time to develop this property in this way or not. It's clear that, most of the surfaces that are required when we think about intensifying density are there. Sewer is not. I personally have some real concerns about half-acre lot aerobic septic systems, and I have expressed that since day one, so I'll continue to express that now. But really, as far as the road, whether it's the density, the question really here comes down to, is this property ready for this intensity of development? Whether that's inevitable in the future, I don't think is very debatable. It'll happen sooner or later. The question is, should it happen sooner or later? So, nobody else has anything they want to say right now. I'll ask those who are here on item number 15 if they have...
While we have this lengthy conversation, can somebody find out what solid surface is?
A good idea. I have probably, 10 of these here. Here's somebody who looks like she's going to step forward and tell us what's going on.
Good afternoon. Lindsay Peaver, 225 Northwest 33rd Street, and I am an attorney representing the neighbors in and around East Wilshire that would be affected by PUD 1730. A lot of, in an effort to not repeat, which I know is very important, But I think some things were sort of glazed over that I just wanted to highlight. Sewer easements are not the only issue, though we were told that it would be cost prohibitive, so that is not being contemplated at this time. That is definitely a concern. But to begin with, the subject site is zoned AA, which is intended primarily for agricultural purposes and low-intensity residential. In addition to being zoned AA, next slide, please, the site is currently surrounded on all three sides by AA, the south, east, and west, and then on the north by AA and RA. Next, please. The comprehensive plan, of course, as we discussed, has the urban overlay. The urban reserve layer maintains agricultural land and large acreage estates. The overlay may have access to city public water or sewer, but not both. City services such as sewer and water are not intended to be provided until the designation is removed, as you noted earlier. Removing a designation, of course, as we've discussed, requires an amendment to the plan. And one rationale for this overlay is to avoid fragmentation of parcels which hinder efficient development in the future. This subject site is unplatted, undeveloped, and it doesn't have sewer service. And these tracts that we're speaking of are 8 acres up to 32 acres. They typically have a single-family home. And so when you juxtapose that against 41 half-acre lots, it is drastically not in compliance with the plan. And to the extent that the staff report highlights the neighbors' concerns really coincide with everything on the staff report. For one, they don't feel like PUD is appropriate for this project. These neighbors are not anti-development. In fact, there are, in a couple slides, please, we're going to skip through right here. One back, please. These are examples of other PUDs and SPUDs that were approved in this area, which kind of, points to the fact that the residents get excited and frustrated when there's unreasonable development. What you see up there are all examples of development that were either passed because they comported with the plan, or they were either withdrawn or denied. The road is a huge concern. It's 45 miles per hour. It's a minor arterial. It's full of potholes. It's narrow. There isn't a shoulder. It just isn't ready for this sort of increase in traffic. The aquifer is something that we haven't discussed. It is considered highly vulnerable to depletion, and the comprehensive plan recommends preserving the natural open spaces and utilizing low-impact development techniques whenever possible in these new developments in order to maintain water quality and allow for infiltration of stormwater on site. Obviously, the plan doesn't allow for open spaces at all. The project site is within Upland Forest ESA, and although the comprehensive plan directs to preserve those cross timbers, upland forests to the maximum extent possible, this PUD doesn't address any protection for trees or replanting. And in fact, if you're thinking about 41 lots on 32 acres, it's simply going to have to be clear cut in order to provide for that much development. Fire service is actually still deemed rural response, and it's abutting an area that is deemed longer than rural response. The closest fire station is approximately 3 miles away, and so the risk for fire to spread quickly is high in this area. Essentially, we want to conclude by saying that the neighbors involved in this area, and there are many of them here today, are not anti-development. As they have indicated, they are in favor of responsible, compatible development under the same policies to which they are held for developing their own land. Currently, we're at around 60% in the area in opposition to this, and that number is growing every day as people become aware of the development. The neighbors did seek to meet with the developer to share concerns and work productively, but the developer refused any sort of compromise at the first meeting. After that first meeting, we appreciate Commissioner Pennington attempting to forge a compromise between the two parties, but the neighbors set up a meeting and they were the only one in attendance. The applicant did not attend that meeting. The neighbors, they didn't ask for this issue. It was thrust upon them. They support staff's advice that this plan as proposed should be denied. The plan calls for single-family, 5-acre or larger residential development in this area. In actuality, the PUD essentially requests that the planning department violate its own current plan and zoning for the area. Thank you for your time and consideration of these surrounding neighbors' concerns. And I would be happy to take any questions.
Do we have any questions of Ms. Peaver?
Okay, I'll have one. So I understand your position that this area is ripe for 5-acre or larger development, and so that's what in your mind would be compatible with what surrounds it as 5-acre or larger.
That's correct.
I'm just asking the question to see if there were sewer to this site and they were here and the choice was 6,000 square foot lots or half-acre lots, your opinion of that or your basis for your client's opinion of that would be they would prefer the half-acre lots, I'm assuming.
The half-acre lots are a concern. The 20-foot setbacks are a huge concern. Septic is also very high on the list of concerns. So just septic isn't the only answer. The amount of density in the area and the setbacks are a huge concern.
That the half-acre lots, those are their concerns that the half-acre lots was. And no doubt any additional density there would create compounding concern.
That's right.
Yeah.
Extra noise, I mean, just the typical things that come from an urban-type neighborhood set in the middle of the country.
Yeah. I think at least my response to that would be if any of us could wave a magic wand and we could create a development pattern where very systematically land piece by land piece fell in line with sequentially smaller lots right on down to 6,000 feet, we wouldn't even be needed. At some point, people come in and start to develop areas that weren't developed before, and I think the comp plan does a good job of providing guidance for us in terms of when it is appropriate to begin that process, and I think the chairperson articulated that well, that that's really what this case is about. My concern as I looked at this application is I asked the question, if I lived across the street, do I fear that this area is going to develop? And I think that I would be fearful of that in the sense that if I'm concerned about half-acre, I'm concerned about 6,000 square foot lots. And so if I'm fearful of that, which would I rather have? Would I rather wait till sewer's there until there is a demand for 6,000 foot lots? Because I'll just speak for myself. I would be supportive of that type of density if the lots existed. So would I rather see half-acre, or would I rather take my chances with 6,000 feet? I hope that you guys have had that conversation. And understand that's a risk of opposing a half-acre setup.
They have tried to have the conversation, and I understand it's frustrating if you're thinking of lots that small and the surrounding neighbors are saying nothing less than 5 acres. However, when the discussion was had over size of the lots, the applicant was going the other way. Well, you'll be lucky if, kind of what you're saying, like you'll be lucky if you get lots this big developed because someone could come in there and go even smaller.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always the concern. And when I talk with neighbors in my ward, that's always what I tell them is, are you sure you really want to fight this one? Because what comes behind it could be worse. And you're going to run out of your ability to object to development. I think you've played that card one time, right? So
absolutely. And I think we want to be clear that we're not objecting to any development. They have, a couple of times tried to meet and see where compromise could be had.
So the applicants never attended a neighborhood meeting? Is that
there was a meeting at Cracker Barrel that everyone attended. And
when was that meeting?
It was in early September, maybe, mid-September. And they kind of didn't get anywhere. And so, and that's when Commissioner Pennington asked for a continuance in order to get the groups together again. The neighbors, one of them hosted at their home set up chairs, had a whole meeting, and they were the only ones in attendance.
Approximately how many people attended that?
More than 20, maybe closer to 30.
I'm not sure the chronology there is quite right. The continuance was requested so that we could have the meeting at the Cracker Barrel, right?
No. Her statement's accurate.
Okay.
The only part there's some missing information, and that is, regardless of, and I'm not trying to upset anyone by making this statement, but it was not cleared with my schedule whether I could attend the meeting that the neighbors had. And so I deeply apologize for the fact that I could not go. And I did state that to the neighbors twice in emails to the whole group, expressing my concern and also addressing some of the concerns that I had heard repeatedly from the neighborhood about specific issues that they had with it. But I will say that conversations did continue between Councilwoman Nice, myself, and the developer, and I continued and still continue to receive emails and phone calls from the neighbors about their concerns, and I have done my best. I think I have, at this point, responded to all the phone calls, all the emails, and I've tried to. So if I've missed anybody, I apologize, but it has been numerous. And I have taken that to heart.
Yes, and thank you for your service. They do realize that you have been bombarded, and they do feel like you've heard them. It's more that they set up the meeting and really hoped the developer or council could be there, and neither of them were.
But council indicated that he was not available on that day, because I got that email. So.
Correct. I had a trip that had been planned for quite some time. I was out of town. We were never asked about dates. I wasn't there. My client was also out of town, and as Commissioner Pennington said, he was also out of town. It was not a lack of desire to meet. It was when we tried to find time, somebody just set a meeting last Sunday, Sunday or Monday, but the first one was continued specifically to go have the meeting. The first time it came was continued to go have the meeting, which is where the Cracker Barrel meeting occurred.
So I took over on Monday, so I wasn't able to be involved in the meetings.
That's helpful for me. I didn't want to derail the story. I just wanted to make sure that if there was some perception that people hadn't gotten answers from the developer on issues or things that they hadn't been attentive to, that's a concern for any of us up here. Certainly I know Commissioner Pennington feels that way, and so thank you for clearing that up.
Anybody else? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioners, I was asking the commissioners. Okay, so I do have a list of people here who've signed up to be heard. Sir, since you raised your hand, are you one of those people? Yes. Would you give me your name, please, and come forward?
Okay, my name is Kenyon Morgan, and I don't think I met you, Mr. Cravens, but I am one of those people who have started to develop areas that haven't been developed before. And immediately a mile north of here, I've developed 3 subdivisions there in the Oakmont area. I developed Oakdale Meadows, I developed Oakdale Valley, and so I have probably more experience than anyone developing a variety of lot sizes in this type of area. And this is a very, very special part of the city. It's an upland forest. It has greater terrain, greater slope property than any part of the city. And I guess what I'm very concerned about, and frankly, I think you have one of the best developers in the city for sitting right over here, Rick McCown. He's a friend of mine. I respect him greatly in developing downtown properties. But I assure you that the plan for this property will totally destroy this property and will not result in the type of desirable housing that I know they want to develop. And I'm just telling you that. I'd be glad to talk to you further about that. But I've tried to develop smaller lots, and I've sold land also to a development just a half-mile north of here, and when I sold the land, I insisted that they do 1-acre lots, even though water and sewer was right there, because I love this terrain. I think it's what is very satisfactory to people who want to live out there,
I think it's a very special part of the city, but I know they think they can do what they want to do, but this will result in clear cutting and bulldozing this entire place, and you will have a tract home here like you will get in the northwest part of the city. And, you know, that's what I am very concerned about. And I just have to say, I mean, I use Mr. Box's father on many issues there, and we work very closely together. And because of the way you've got land, and there's a lot of details here. You've got land that slopes a certain slope here, 8 to 10%. When you try to put in a road over the city staff will tell you you can't have a road that slopes more than 7%. And when you start doing that, you start doing deep cuts in your property, and you start doing a lot of fill, and then you have to back up from the road and do more clear cutting. And then when you try to create a flat building site, you start bulldozing. Well, then you have 3 foot of cut here and 3 foot of fill over here, and by the time you get all that done, you don't have any trees left. You don't have any terrain left, and you have a lot of retaining walls. So I'm just saying that I think this is a special part of the city. I really think that we need more consideration than just somebody coming in and trying to maximize their number of lots they can get to this area. I'd be glad to answer any questions if you would like me for it. I also developed, I told you, I've developed 5 subdivisions in this part of the city, and I was definitely the pioneer, and I definitely love this land, and I want it to be a unique part of the city.
Do you have any questions of Mr. Morgan? Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for coming forward. Curtis Bruner.
Good afternoon, Commission members. First thing I'd like to do is...
Give me your name and address.
Curtis Bruner. I'm a resident of this particular area. If you notice the dotted lines to the south border of that dotted line, my wife's property, her family lineage goes back 71, 72 years. Her grandmother was the matriarch of 2 distinct families that own approximately 40 acres combined, almost 50 acres combined in that particular area south of that.
Give us a mailing address, please.
My mailing address is 4801 Northeast 70th
Thank you.
Court, Oklahoma City.
Thank you.
It's to the south of that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
Thank you. First thing I would like to do is ask all of the concerned residents of that area that are opposed to this, please stand. Thank you. Be seated. I stand before you to at least present briefly our own impact of what we feel will happen if this occurs. No doubt myself, with the family that the past 30 years, my wife and I have been married for going on 28 years. But once again, that family has been out there since at least 1948. And my wife's grandmother had 2 daughters that were twins, and that's all of their children. The original owner, Mrs. Nyla Jewel Phillips, her grandsons are now grandfathers, so that lets you know just how deep the generation goes, and that's just this one particular family. There are other families that are affected, including all the families of the individuals that stood up behind me. We feel that if we were able to stay with at least a 5-acre tract, it would match what everyone has been accustomed to out there. The impact of what we have other people would not have to be concerned with that because they don't have to live out there and they won't have to be able to be subjected to whatever things that occur from that type of setting with that many individuals, with that many families. We really feel that if we were able to have it still the way it is, we're concerned about the intent in the first place. How come, if it's already set for 5 acres, how come no plan was ever presented to us at the current zoning? And we're very concerned about that. The other thing about the intent, we can continue to set meetings, but if people don't decide to come to the meetings when we inform them, we can continue to set meetings and people can continue to miss them and say they're somewhere else. But we do want to get this resolved. We just want to be able to have some sort of a compromise. That's all that we're asking for. We're not asking for anything to be forced upon us. We can't really decide to form a neighborhood association or something, because if we get outnumbered by someone in a 30-acre plot, everyone that's been there for a combined hundreds of years of family lineage are outvoted by people who just now moved in.
Can I ask you, is there some compromise that suggests itself to you? What would the nature of that compromise look like to you?
Thank you. If once again, the meeting that the concerned citizens had just this past week, what we all were talking about is a compromise of at least 4 acres. From the 5 acre, but we're not trying to talk about a half acre. There are houses less than a mile away that are over 10,000 square feet. How do you think that they're going to feel? They're not even here and part of the bordering residents of the community, even though that we do have, and the previous speaker spoke of Apple Valley and Oakdale and the Wilshire community. All of that community is north of us. We also observed that there are many lots all over Oklahoma City, between Oklahoma City and Midwest City, between Oklahoma City and Edmond, that actually have these type of residences already set up in them. Why aren't those being developed? It's an impact upon us. Lastly, one of the things that we have to deal with is once this thing is, if it was approved, regardless of when, we're left with whoever those residents are. We all know that crime exists at different levels in Oklahoma City, but we also have to know that whatever element that comes in with those particular units, we have to deal with that. All of the areas around this particular lot are wooded. We're leaving part of ours wooded just to be able to preserve the integrity of the land, and as well as be able to support the wildlife that are there. They have nowhere else really to go. They're getting chased out of there. That being said, we still support any type of development, any type of families that move in there. It's just that when we're being overloaded with an over-influx of residents in one particular area, that concentration does impact us all. And I'll thank you all for your time.
Do we have any questions of Mr. Brenner? Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I feel compelled to say, I know most of the letters that I read, and I read everything that was sent, deal with the fact that this development will change the nature of this area, and there's no disputing that. You're used to, in the area of the city where you live, homes that are built on much larger tracts of land, 5 acres plus, and this would be a definite change from that. I'm not quite sure how to say this without sounding just hard about it, but it is not part of our deliberation process to protect you from change. The idea that this change may be coming, whether it's now or later, whether it's inevitable or not, that's not really, it would not be a valid reason for us to vote against this, that to approve it would mean that your life would be different than it is now. That's a very subjective kind of element to judge. It's really not part of our decision-making process. The issues that do impact our decision-making process really are the land use issues, traffic, drainage, whether or not this is consistent with the OKC plan, et cetera. Everybody who lives in an even semi-rural part of Oklahoma City is living there because they want to live in the country. And we understand that, we really do. And it is very often the most important thing to people who see development approaching them. But it is not our job to prevent that because it will change the nature of the area. We have adopted a plan that provides for a process for development to grow, and it is growing all the time. Eventually, it goes everywhere. But I'm not quite sure how better to say that. We want to hear from everybody who wants to speak. We're about to lose Commissioner Pennington. Is there somebody else who feels like they absolutely have to speak before he leaves us?
Hi, my name is Jenna Worthen. I live at 8201 North Laura Lane, just right down on Wilshire. So first of all, I appreciate Commissioner Pennington and his hours put into this and listening to us. We appreciate that very much. I just think that if we go back to the fundamentals of the plan, I think that one thing that we see as neighbors, we see that plan as a social contract. So when we made our decisions to move out here, when we made those decisions to invest in our properties, we did it under the guidelines of how it was going to be developed, always understanding it would be developed. And I know how hard that can feel. And I think that I won't speak for anybody but myself, but I understand that that's going to happen. I think that our concern is to jump from 5 acres to ½ acre feels really, really big. To go and increase the traffic on our road by 25% for 32 houses, for those 32 acres, that's such a disproportionate jump in traffic for that small tract of land that I think that creates an immense problem to the area. Not to mention, because we don't have the sewer, we can't have an adequate discussion about what does it look like to go from 5 acres to something of higher density. And if we set the precedent now that to expand to ½ acre lots, that you only have to have aerobic septic systems, that's a precedent that we're going to set that, from my understanding and my research of that, can become very problematic if not adequately maintained, which is not something that we can ensure over time. So I think that those are, in addition to the staff's recommendation of denial, I think that those are huge, huge barriers to overcome with the plan as it exists. So I would just urge a no today. Let's go back to the table and figure this out together. I definitely want to see really, really good things for my ward in Northeast Oklahoma City. I believe that is the best place to live in our entire city. I just want to make sure that as we move forward that we're doing that in an effort that maintains our good relationships with our neighbors. That's a lot of people to show up today. I'm really proud of them. And we really appreciate your time, and I hope that you guys will consider a denial today so that we can maybe go back and figure out something that'll work better. Thank you. Oh, any questions?
Well, not a question. Jen's been my friend a long time, so I'm glad to hear from her, and we've had meetings about this already. I do want to say that regardless of whether the commission today gives it a recommendation, gives it a positive recommendation or not, it's my understanding it's still going to the city council. So negotiations will continue regardless of what the recommendation of the planning commission is. And so I just wanted to be very clear about that, and wanted to be clear that I want to be a partner in that no matter what the outcome is of this vote today.
We appreciate that, Commissioner, and I also hope too, though, that we will also agree that we will have a new plan so that we would have, should that be the case, that we'd have a new plan that would make sure that we all feel like we're going to be protected within that plan that's approved as written. That would be my only concern.
I have one question, if you don't mind, and
Sure.
maybe it's too tough, but Commissioner Craven's asked it of him. I've heard there's an impasse. I don't think the applicant wants to continue, neither does the opponents. The question is whether it is an impasse. I heard 4 acres. Well, that's still a long ways from a half acre. I think it's kind of unfair to ask you, but where do you think the compromise potentially can go? Nobody wants to continue it, but it's an impasse. So what are the further negotiations, if any, that you see potential?
So speaking for myself only, the way that I've read the plan and understand low level to medium level density starts at 1 acre lots. Like it's about 1 acre. It's like half acre feels really hard. 2.5 feels really doable to me. I think that we're not opposed to development. I think some incremental changes. I still think that the developer could see great profit margins at 2.5 acre lots. I think that our neighbors would maybe be willing to come to those. I think the complaint with a lack of dialogue has been that there hasn't been anything offered counter to, like, we're both here, you know? And so I do think that if we could come to some reasonable, I hear you, Commissioner in Ward 8, like, I get it, like, half acre is preferable to 6,000 square feet, blah, 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 but we can't even have that conversation because we don't know about the sewer piece, right? So I think that we could I think that coming down from 5 to 2.5 feels like a big jump and is doable on our end if that was the only choice.
Well, our group is normally in favor of continued discussions and negotiations if there's something that could be done, and continuing things, but when neither side wants to continue it, that makes it tougher. I had a better point to that. But denial is a pretty harsh way for us to encourage continued negotiations. We don't normally deny it, go talk some more. We usually continue it, but nobody wants to continue it, so it makes it kind of difficult.
I hear you. So that's why we are having to go in faith off of the plan as written, not as best case scenario, unless we were to see that. Again, I'm only speaking for myself, sir. I know a lot of people really feel very strongly about 5 acres.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I could make a few remarks, because I'm unfortunately at a time limit. The University of Oklahoma does not function on my time schedule. I wish that they did, so I have to follow what they say. I want to address several things while I have the opportunity to my fellow commissioners, to the citizens here, and I want to say, first of all, thank you for all of your comments. Thank you for your phone calls. Thank you for informing me about what it's like to live in your neighborhood, how this development impacts you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the conversations that I've had. I appreciate you all speaking up. I appreciate you taking the time out of your work day to be here. It's obviously a challenge even for me on this particular day. A couple of things that I want to address. As a commissioner, I feel like it's not my job to make a decision up or down about my genuine personal preferences. I believe that our job as a commission is making decisions about land use for the highest, best use, and to the extent possible, stick to objective standards about whether this development or rezoning is suitable for our community. So as we are trying to approach that, I had several things to take into consideration. And all of those things that I take into consideration are things I directly heard from the neighbors in the community. And I want to address a couple of them. The first one is about water. I have heard numerous times, and in the presentation by council from the neighborhood, that there is an issue with the aquifer. My understanding, and I believe that's correct, and I'll turn to Jeff or JJ, is that there's water to the area, correct? It's already serviced for water, the development is, correct? So any issues about, the use of well water or that sort of thing is not an issue. Is that correct?
I believe it is serviced with water. I'm not sure if the issue with the aquifer may have been just I don't think they elaborated on that, but there is water.
Okay. The other issue about fire services. My staff report says that the level of fire services is urban service level. Is that correct, or is it actually rural?
It's urban. It's kind of on the border, but it's urban. It might be a little sliver that's rural, but it's more than 90% urban.
Gotcha. The other question is about sewers. My understanding from my conversations with the developer and Councilwoman Nice is that the sewer system is an aerobic septic system.
Yeah, that's correct. It's an aerobic septic system. These are literally miniaturized wastewater treatment facilities, a smaller version of the facilities that the city uses.
So in any use of this type of aerobic system, knowing that I have no expertise about the difference between various septic tank systems, and I would imagine that that's the case for most of us here on the commission, have there been any historic issues with these systems? Is there some?
Yeah,
is there going to be a concern about odor? Is there going to be a concern about what is the negative impact of using these aerobic systems and the negative impact of using that many in that confined space?
Yeah, so there is a history of this, and that history extends back about 150 years ago when we started to introduce these systems. The septic systems and the lateral lines, the way those systems are made today are quite a bit different. And I would go into detail about those differences if we were putting in that type of system. But again, this is part of the misinformation that's being spread out. We're not using that system. The aerobic system is literally a wastewater treatment facility on site, so it doesn't use any lateral lines. It uses an aerobic process to break down bacteria. The Department of Environmental Quality regulates this. So literally everybody in this room pays taxes to fund the salaries of some very educated men and women. Their whole job is to provide policy and standards so that some greedy, self-interested developer doesn't put public safety at risk.
So how is compliance verified?
Through DEQ.
So DEQ would, if this development went forward, regardless of the lot size, if you were to use this system, DEQ would be responsible for ensuring you were in compliance?
So the city's responsible, but the city defers that responsibility to the Department of Environmental Quality.
So in the event that this development occurs, and again, regardless of the number of acres per home, I would be able to contact the Department of Environmental Quality to ensure the compliance or to report any non-compliance of this septic system.
They're individually permitted through the state.
With a half-acre lot minimum.
Half-acre lot, DEQ, you must go through and permit them through the Department of Environmental Quality.
So in order to maintain my permit, I have to be in compliance with the regulations of the state.
Yes.
Regardless, again, of the number of acres per home. As long as it does not go under half an acre.
That's right.
Yeah, there's a table that DEQ maintains, and it's a matrix that speaks to the allowable type of system given the land usage and the available services that are already there. So because there's city water here, they allow you to go down to half an acre. Now, if we propose something that was less than half an acre and weren't bringing in sewer, then we would have to get those permitted on a case-by-case scenario. But this automatically complies to the standards that DEQ has already set.
Got it. So there's been a lot of talk about a couple of things another couple of issues, and I did visit with Councilwoman Nice this morning, who expressed some issues about traffic and about tree preservation. And I know that in the event that this negotiations continue, I know that she would like to have some assurances by you that efforts will be made to mitigate any damage that may be done to roads, and B, mitigate any damage that would be to the preservation of trees. Is that something that you can commit to?
Yeah, that's definitely something that we can commit to. And just to touch on the traffic issue, somebody stated earlier that there's going to be a 25% increase in current traffic. That traffic count, we actually looked that up, and it's 1,693 cars per day that travel Wilshire. So the closest street to the north and south would be Britton north of us, and it'd be 63rd south of us. Those two streets have similar traffic controls where they also cross Coltrane, yet they have 52 cars a day and 5,800 cars a day. So as it currently stands, both of those roads are carrying 3 times as much of the traffic with no discernible difference in infrastructure.
So, I'm not sure about. Well, my question then to staff is, and it appears from the staff report that we had about the traffic, that as far as the standards that the city of Oklahoma City uses for evaluating traffic, the roads that as they exist can accommodate the increase in traffic, even if it goes as low as a half acre. Is that correct?
Yes, pretty much any density you put in there, the traffic counts are so low that it's not going to have a major impact on that street. The levels that the Public Works looks at to widen the street are, as Ms. Powers mentioned earlier, at the most conservative 7,000, but a 3-lane street, we're looking at 12,000 cars a day or something like that. So We would not look at widening the street until it gets significant growth would happen out there. Of course, that's not talking about the surface condition.
So that's the difference. Go ahead.
Has Coltrane been resurfaced recently, or is it scheduled to be?
Certain.
Does anybody know if Coltrane? It has? Okay. I know it was scheduled to be in the 63rd, I think, if I remember looking right on the...
Okay, we're about to lose Commissioner Pennington. I can read that right. Is there anybody else who thinks that they just absolutely have to be heard? Because I'm just saying, I'm not sure, have you got 5 more minutes? Or are you leaving us right this minute?
I really need to leave right this minute. But
You really need to leave right this minute. So it's kind of a question of whether you want him here for this vote or not.
Chairwoman Powers. Good afternoon. My name is Jim Roth, 3940 East Wilshire. I just rise to answer the question that was presented before the commissioner has to leave. I'm somewhat familiar with these issues, having been a county commissioner and having served on a planning commission, and I think the point that was shared earlier is important to share as you contemplate this. The social compact that comes from planning and your august responsibilities is driven by code and driven by the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan was a process that invited the public in to give us some forecast of what to expect. The challenge now is I feel you're in a box because the developer is insisting on a vote and a non-continuance. To do that, you're asked to go against staff, ignore your plan, and ignore the objections of the neighborhood that finds itself in reaction. So I rise just to share that idea that I think that's an unfair choice for the Planning Commission. And I'm concerned that the City of Oklahoma City's public policy would be, well, we know you're all against it, work it out while we recommend approval and pass the tougher buck to City Council. That is not what we do planning commissions for. So as a taxpayer, I would just simply say, the buck must stop here because this is an incompatible, inconsistent PUD that has jumped past city code, city plan, and city staff. And I would just ask that you deny it today.
Do you have any questions of Mr. Roth? Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Washington?
No, I just got here now. No, I don't want to take up the time. Now, we talking about what? Making North Coltrane over where I live. Trying to change that around? Is that what we're talking about?
I'm sorry, Wilshire, Coltrane?
Bye.
Thank you. Anyone else? I would really like to have Commissioner Pennington here for this vote. So with your permission, I'm going to set aside these other sign-up sheets and call for a vote.
Well, I'd like to, for the developer to address the issue that's been repeatedly brought up about why we can't get to an agreement on more acres per home.
I'm happy to continue the conversation, but I believe you were the one that asked the specific question, is there a single person here that's willing to accept anything less than 5 acres? And so while I appreciate the convenience of showing up today when they perhaps feel like things are getting lost, they were very clear at an hour-and-a-half meeting that there wasn't a single size less than 5 acres they were willing to accept. So I would ask, because of the amount of time we've put into this, that we have a vote and we commit to continue to work with them as we go towards City Council.
I'm curious to hear how the other commissioners are on this, but at this point, I would say that we make a motion. I would like to make a motion of no recommendation to send it to City Council. A recommendation of no recommendation. Allow the negotiations to continue, not in favor of one way or the other, but that it continue.
I would have to jump in and say I think it would at least be our responsibility to have a vote one way or the other, up or down, before we made a vote to send it on with no recommendation. I mean, I think we need an obligation to send some sort of a signal, frankly, to Mr. Roth's point, which I agree with in part and don't agree with in other parts, and I'll address after you're gone. But I think it is our duty here for the people that came down here to have a vote and make a recommendation. If it fails, where there's not the votes, then we can make that motion. That's how I feel about it. Others, I don't know.
Is that a motion?
It It doesn't really, it's going to go to city council if we deny it or we approve it. I do believe they at least deserve denial or approval.
Well, I think let's start with the motion that I made on the floor, which is a recommendation of no recommendation, and see where we are as far as the commission.
Do I have a second? I think the motion fails for lack of a second. So?
I'll keep the vote party started. I'll make a motion to approve the application.
As amended?
As amended, yep. So if we need to read those into the record.
It's just deleting TEs 1 and 2.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to recommend approval of PUD 1730, striking TE 1 and 2. I would love an answer on these facade regulations of solid surface, what that is, or what ceramic is, or what plastic might be.
There are no required or prohibited building materials in the zoning code, so it's all going to fall back to the building code. So it could be anything solid from cementous to vinyl.
Okay, I can't live with that.
Okay. We'll take that part out.
Which part?
The ceramic.
Ceramic, solid surface, plastic, and 3D?
Yes.
All of them. Love it. Striking ceramic, solid surface, plastic, and 3D. That's my motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 15 as amended. Cast your votes, please. The motion fails.
No.
No?
5 to 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm too short to see that bottom.
Thank you.
Passes. So for all of those of you who are here, this will go on to City Council. You've heard your commissioner say that he's willing and wanting to be involved in the negotiations and to have them continue as this moves forward. I strongly advise you to take advantage of that.
If I may, before people leave, I just want to make two comments, mainly for the benefit of the commissioners and anybody that's opposed it that wants to hear it. But there was an issue out in Ward 8 where people opposed a development because of the condition of the roads. And I went and sat down with Public Works as a planning commissioner. I think when you agree to serve in this capacity, you don't necessarily know what you're getting into when you do it, and that's how they get you to agree to sit here. But in sitting with city staff and Public Works, I learned something really important, which was that for public infrastructure to take place, the city has to plan for these road improvements. The 2017 GO bonds laid out, a span of projects over 10 years that won't come back for the city's approval to make plans for another 10 years. When that 10 years takes place, more planning will go into what projects go in, and then it will take a couple of years for those projects to begin. So you're talking about 15 years, and my neighbors, who I was quite certain were going to be waiting for me outside when I had that vote there, I wanted to assure them that the best way for me to support continued infrastructure in your area with road improvements is to put density there, which tells the city that there's a need for it and gets it into the planning process. I know that's frustrating. I don't like potholes on any roads, and I'm sorry for that. It's a reality that we have to deal with. The other thing I would just say very politely again is, please understand the nature of the comprehensive plan. It is not something that we look at lightly, because I wasn't there when all these decisions were made, but it is advisory. What matters are the ordinances, the zoning. Those are the things that are paramount. And the comprehensive plan is there to guide those decisions, not demand that we act in compliance with it. And so that creates some confusion for the public, in my view, and I apologize for that from at least where I sit, because it's frustrating to me as a commissioner. So I didn't want to interrupt. Kamal need to be part of that vote. So
Thank you for coming down. We do really very much appreciate your input and the effort it takes to come down here and do this. You know what? I think before we move forward, I'm going to take 5 minutes, and we're going to take a 5-minute adjournment, and we'll be right back. 3:05. let's resume. I guess we have to wait for Jeff, though, don't we? I spoke too soon. We have to wait for our staff. There he is. Okay. So we're going to go back to our normal order of business, which means that the first item on the agenda is item number 5.
Item number 5 is an application to rezone 1917 Northwest 23rd Street from the CUP1 and R1 district to SPUD 1135.
Is our applicant present? Will you come forward? Hello. Will you give us your name and address, please, for the record?
This is Teresa Tran, and I have the house 1917 Northwest 23, a single house family. I want to rezone to the SPUD.
Commissioners, you'll recall I asked that this item be continued so that we could work out a couple of fairly minor amendments, one concerning the uses of the base district, which turned out to be sort of not what we decided to do, to change the base district. The other one was just to add some language. We did eliminate a couple of uses, however, that were sort of higher, more commercial, dense uses. And the technical evaluation, no. Here, sorry, find my place. We've added some language that indicates that the existing structure will be preserved unless it is destroyed or damaged and so on. So my concerns about this application have been addressed. The applicants have been contacted and worked through all this with staff, and they're in agreement with the changes. So, is there anybody else here who wants to be heard on this item? If not, if you don't have any questions or concerns, I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 5. Cast your votes, please. It is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Approved.
Item 6 is an application to rezone 1715 North Youngs Boulevard from R2 to SPUD 1152.
Is our applicant present? David Ledbetter, our applicant present? Let's push this to the end of the docket.
Item 7 is an application by Total Trucking to rezone 940 North MacArthur Boulevard from C3 to I2.
Is our applicant present?
Good afternoon. Brad Reeves, Crafton Toll, 300 Point Parkway Boulevard, here on behalf of the applicant. We have a 5-acre piece of property that is we're asking to be rezoned to I2. Here we have a current zoning map. This right here, the C3 section, is the 5 acres that we have. As you can see, I2 is surrounding this. There's a section of R1, I2, I3, it goes down to I40 down here. So it's a very industrial area. So we think this is an appropriate application. This base zoning does have some requirements because of the R1 zoning in there, based on setbacks and screening that we are happy to oblige by. The staff report does request that we go down to I-1 and that we approve this application. We need the I-2. This is Total Trucking has dump trucks, belly dumps. They need heavy equipment rental and sales, and they need the ability to have a place to put that equipment. So I-1 is not possible for this application.
Wouldn't the only difference there be that it would have to be enclosed?
I believe we're also not allowed to have the equipment rentals for heavy equipment. And, I mean, enclosed would, I think, be, they have quite a few trucks, so fairly cost prohibitive to have those trucks just for parking at night, to just have them enclosed. They will have some service centers, things like that would be in enclosed buildings, but to have the ability to have the trucks parked there.
There is some I-2 in the area, but I have a kind of a problem with the idea of I-2 right up against those residential uses.
So they currently have I-2 completely surrounding them except for this property. It's on the north of them and then also on their east. I would say that the residential in this situation for that section is sort of the outlier for this area. And I understand that it is there, and there are some requirements in the code that address that with buffering and then with screening as well.
Commissioners, do you have any questions, Mr. Reed?
There is a part in the site plan that talks about traffic. Brad says that the proposed use is located on Chartres Street. However, the expected use as a trucking facility may create traffic impacts upon ingress and egress of the larger vehicles, and then in another part it talks about, staff makes mention of the fact that there's really no way to control that in a Bay zoning application, which I think is a good point. This is a straight zoning sort of change. Yep. How are you guys going to handle ingress and egress out of the site? How many curb cuts are you going to have? How many are you allowed to have? How much frontage do you have?
So it's top of my head. I believe it's like 400, 500 feet.
So that's like two
access points. I think and we have no site plan for this currently.
Yeah, understood.
But I believe two access points. And I'm not sure. A PUD, would you say requiring limiting the number of curb cuts?
Well, I'm just thinking about ways to mitigate some of the I-2 effects. I've actually, I'm an ardent defender of industrial where appropriate, but the concern I have is similar to what Chairwoman Powers confessed. I mean, when you hold up a zoning map, it looks like an open and shut deal. But when you look at the actual uses that surround it, it kind of reminds me, there's another little pocket like this over off of North Robinson and 70th, Northwest 70th area. Like if you look at a zoning map, there's a ton of I-2, but it's really a bunch of offices.
This I think has a lot of storage.
I understand. It's a lot of I-1 is what it is, right? It's a lot of mini storage. It's a lot of
storage to the north.
And what's it to the east?
It's storage as well, but I'm not sure. It's not a mini storage. I think it might be a batch plant of some sort in there. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
Industrial, though.
Well, it's all indoors, due east, directly east is all indoors. And I think that's why staff is making that recommendation, because they're viewing it as a step down. Again, when I look at that zoning map, if that's all you gave me, I'd be all in your camp, no problem. But that doesn't really tell the story of how the area is being used. And so what concerns me is what steps to mitigate a true I-2 use can we make without compromising, your ability to use the property. I just want to get out of you, before we talk about it collectively, if there's any other concessions that you can make to try to mitigate some of those concerns or effects and impacts.
Well, with the straight zoning, I'm not sure what concessions we could make. So
yeah,
we can say something, but how do you hold us to it? So.
Right. I appreciate you admitting that. I think this is a good item that what's really ironic is I like straight zoning applications because I think they're more straightforward. But here, I actually think that putting it into a PUD, SPUD would make a lot more sense, because it would let us address things like ingress. It would let us address things like traffic flow coming in and out of there with trucks onto the street. We could evaluate a circulation plan once you had a site plan through specific plan. I mean, there's just some things, there's some tools that I think let us more protect an area that's not truly heavy industrial like it is south of here, south of your site.
Yeah.
But let us try to support the application and the use of the property. So I'm just speaking for myself, but I think where I'm at on this application, unless I hear something different, is that without that change, I can't get behind it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would concur with Commissioner Cravens. I want to be able to look at site access and predominantly restricting access off of Northwest 8th Street. So I think this Bud's the best way to go.
So
if that is the feeling of the commission, we can continue this item and look at PUD. If you don't mind me asking, is there any other concerns that
that's what I
have?
I was going to say, I want to make sure we're fair to you.
We'd have screening with the residential, I believe we will address. And then access points, is there anything else?
Well, there is the non-accessory sign.
Okay.
Is there a protest of any kind?
Is there anybody else here who wishes to be heard on this item? It's just us, I think.
I would say access, protection for the north residential, traffic circulation is something we're going to want you to write in to be able to review its specific plan so we can make sure that semi-trucks aren't going to put their hazards on and waiting to make a left turn.
Okay.
And things like that would be great. That's really all I have. Being a PUD, what do you want to continue it for? A month?
I believe we have to pull this application, actually, is what we'll have to do. And then
and start it over, right?
Start again, correct?
10/24, are you agreeable to that?
That's fine.
Any further discussion on it? I'll make a motion to continue PC 10607 to October the 24th.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue this item until October the 24th. Cast your votes, please. It's continued.
Thank you.
Item 8 is an application to rezone 100 Northeast 28th Street from R4 to I1.
Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon, Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road, on behalf of the applicant. This application, southeast corner, northeast 28th in Oklahoma. It's currently zoned R4. We're asking for I1. It's adjacent to heavy industrial I2 to the west, to the east. The I1 does address the setback requirements from the R1 to the east, which I think is operated as office. So staff recommends approval. We would ask for your approval.
Do you have an intended use in mind for this property?
No.
Okay. Is there anybody else here today who wishes to be heard on this item? If not, I'll take a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 8. Cast your votes, please. It is approved.
Item 9 is an application to rezone 9130 Northwest Expressway from R1 to C3 and O2.
Good afternoon. I'm Paula Fulton with J.R. Fulton and Associates. I'm here on behalf of my client, Mr. Kim. And we are making application to change the zoning from R1 to C3. It will be consistent with the other property that he owns immediately to the west.
So C3 and O2.
Yes, and O2. Yes, correct.
Is there anybody else here who wants to be heard on this item? Commissioners, do we have any questions of our applicant? If not, I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 9. Cast your votes, please. Commissioner Privet. It is approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Item 10 is an application to rezone 6401 North Sooner Road from AA to C3.
Is our applicant present? What did you decide, Mr. Pittman?
I am coming to try to get the address rezoned to C3.
I'm sorry, give us your name and address for the record.
Kerry Pittman, 6401 North Sooner Road.
When we talked earlier today, we had discussed the issue of the tree cover and preservation and the possibility of putting this into an SPUD where those items could be addressed.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you decide about that?
Upon discussion about the actual C3 zoning and the actual acreage of the area, I do propose possibly continuing for 2 weeks and coming back and shrinking the area to address that particular issue.
I spoke to Commissioner Pennington also about this before the meeting, I think both he and I are willing and able to meet with the applicant and discuss whether it is advisable for him to put this into PUD or not. So if I can have a motion to continue this for 2 weeks, I think we'll do that.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue item number 10. Cast your votes, please.
That'd be 10/10, correct? October 10th, is that our next meeting? Is that right?
I believe that is right. It is continued.
Thank you.
Item 11 is a preliminary plat of Deer Hollow. It's located at Southeast 104th Street and, east of Indian Meridian and south of Southeast 104th Street, and there will be a variance here in TE2.
Is our applicant present? Would you come forward, please? Commissioners, I assume all of you got a copy of this shortly before the meeting. I'm not quite sure what it is that they want us to do about this. Generally speaking, we don't get involved in people planting shrubs and
I
things.
thought about it a little more. I thought maybe it was just a, suggestion to let us know that maybe it might not be possible to meet the requirements to the developer. Maybe he's trying to, I don't know why he wouldn't just talk to the developer, though, or Plains wouldn't. It's just the way that it's going across the properties, it looks like it would be pretty tough to meet their requirements for right-of-way. All right, cool.
Okay, so let's start with you. Give us your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us what it is you're asking us for.
It's Stan Molaski. I'm the developer of this. I think as far as the part we're asking to not run another street through the properties, because we would have to cross the pipeline with a street. So we were asking for a variance to keep from doing that, so we wouldn't have to go across the gas line.
And approval of the plat, right?
And approval of the plat, of course, yes.
Okay, there are a number of technical evaluations in the staff report. Have you reviewed those?
Yes, we talked to, I know there was a protest late, and I think the gentleman was here about it, because I did talk to his people, and as long as we can work through, they just want to know that they want the plat to be very well marked, that you can't put a swimming pool or anything in the easement, and they want people to understand that they can't put trees there either, because they, they check those lines by air. So they just want it to be, so I talked to him, and I think he has a representative here, and he was fine with it. He said as long as we could work through those details, he would withdraw the protest. In fact, he talked on the phone to Jared. Jared could verify that.
To whom? I'm sorry?
Jared.
Jared, I'm sorry. I thought he said Jerry.
A lot of Jareds, I'm sorry.
I thought he said Jerry. Okay, that's great, but that's not what I asked you. On page 8 of your staff report, if you have one, there's a list of technical evaluations. So these are items that you would need to comply with. Number 2 being the variance that you'll need related to interconnection. But number 3 being 25-foot greenbelt area to be identified on the final plats. Is that the actual easement that we're talking about there? No? Okay. et cetera, limits of no access. Are you in agreement with those?
Yes, where's
Page 8,
8 of the,
right under where it says approve the application, subject to the following.
While he's looking at those and reviewing them, I have another question for staff. How long is this cul-de-sac?
where's your staff? Is this it? No.
It's close to 2,000 feet.
Doesn't that require a variance too?
In rural, the
No?
maximum is half mile.
Oh, it is? Oh, well, wait a minute. I want to learn something. So in rural what? What, is it the zoning that changes that?
Thank you.
Rural residential subdivisions,
Is 2,500?
Yep.
And urban is 700?
700.
Yes, we're in agreement with all these, though.
Okay. So, now, do we have any questions of our applicant before we speak to our protestant?
Are there people here signed up to speak?
Well, there's the gentleman who gave us the thing about the right-of-way, and he said he is here to speak, so yes.
The only thing I'm going to point out, just pretend that no one else is listening to us, is that because there's only 6 people here, every single one of the folks sitting up here have to vote for your variance. So if you get the sense that that may not be the case, I think it is fair to you, if you decide that you'd like to take a continuance for 2 weeks, because there are 3 commissioners missing, one of whom may be willing to vote for your variance, that you bring that up before we take a final vote on it. I'll remind you again. I just want to be fair to you as an applicant.
Okay.
Okay?
Another way, and if y'all don't all vote for it, then I just have to go ahead and go through with the road that goes over the pipeline?
Well, you wouldn't be able to vary the subdivision regulation provision you're requesting, so you'd have to comply with it. And that's where my knowledge is going to end, except for what's stated in my staff report. So they'd have to tell you what you'd have to do in order to comply with it.
Okay.
Okay?
Was there something else? I'm sorry. That's all right.
Excuse me, my name is Larry Slaughter. I'm the engineer for this project. And we discussed it with Jared, and on that one item about your stubbing the roadway to the south and to the west. And that is what our variance is for.
Right.
And the reason, of course, we cannot feasibly put the road over top of the pipeline to the south. And Mr. Mulaski has told me that he'd rather not stub to the west at this time.
How come?
Well, I'm not sure where it would do any good because you'd have to go over there. I mean, I'm trying to buy that property myself.
Is this going to be a public street when it's completed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but you wouldn't really gain anything because you'd have to put the same length street. So you'd go through there and you'd have to go all the way back to the street. So you wouldn't gain any. You would actually add street by doing it. So, I mean, I don't think it's even feasible that anybody would want to add that.
Well,
Huge deal if it's real important to you, we can do it.
you also say in your application that the east is not feasible either. And why is it not feasible? Because it's not developed. It's an acreage site now, correct?
To the west is. To the west, there's another 80 there.
What's to the east?
To the east, it's mainly just the back of a bunch of other properties.
Right.
I believe,
Yeah, those properties abut to our site.
including the fire station.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Well, the thing about the connectivity is that it permits people to travel from one place to the other without having to go out onto the section line road.
Yes.
So that is our policy goal. And speaking for myself, yes, it is a big deal.
So would that be a street or just an easement for a future street? When you do that?
Well, there's a good question. Does he have to actually build the street, or does he just have to leave the space for it?
A street stubbed to the edge of your property to the west and south.
Right.
We're not requesting it on.
Add about 600 foot of street.
Right.
Yeah, we're not asking for it on the east.
Right. So all you need is just a stub out to the edge to the west. The stub to the
property.
west, right.
And dead end.
Gotcha.
So I guess the point being that if you decide that you're going to go ahead and comply with that requirement, you don't need your variance.
I would still need it to not cross the pipeline, though, right?
So to the south.
Yes, I would still need the variance for that reason.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
it's not real deep. The pipeline guys
It's
probably,
shallow.
they're the ones that really don't want us to go across the
I get that, so. Okay. I'm sorry, the gentleman who was going to speak about the pipeline, is he still here? There you go, I'm sorry. You come forward, give us your name and address, please, and tell us what it is that you're asking for from us.
I'm Bill Teeter, Plains All-American Pipeline, 750-857 South 3583 Road, Cushing. And we submitted those documents concerning about our access to our pipeline and that this development was going to impede on us to be able to do our maintenance, our inspections and so forth. Prior to this meeting, Jared, my engineer, has talked with them, and they have agreed to let everything go, that they have agreed to meet Plains' requirements to be able to develop in that area.
Okay, so you're good.
We're good.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here today who wishes to be heard on this item? If not, I'll take a motion on the variance first.
Motion to grant, we just need the south one, right? Not, okay.
We don't, well, he just said that.
He wants both.
Yeah.
He wants both, so it depends on what you want to move for, I think.
So, I'm sorry, let's ask him again.
Plains doesn't want it crossing their pipeline, though.
Well,
Let's ask him again. Were you saying that you're willing to stub out the street to the west?
If that's important to you, I will agree to that if that's important to get it through.
Well, so let's decide if it's important to us.
well, and I have one more question, whether it's for the developer or the engineer. Where you have that cul-de-sac shown, if it proceeds due south, you are going to cross the line. But if you bend that to the west a little bit and parallel the line,
Will you come forward, please?
if your stub out is just to the west of that line, so your last lot there on the left, 13, would be a little shorter. But could you realign the road to provide the stub out into that south property without crossing the line, without crossing the
I don't
pipeline?
think so, because that line, keeps going. Oh, I see what you're saying.
And I'm saying that when, in the future, whoever develops that south property, they could work, I think they could work a design in there to tie into it.
I'm with you. I swear I heard the guy say he's indifferent about this now, that they decided that this wasn't a concern for him. Am I the only one who took his comments that way?
No, that's what he
Pipeline
said.
person?
Yeah.
That's assuming they don't go to the south, he's fine with it.
Right, I did think he had an issue with them crossing the pipeline, but
okay.
He didn't say that specifically, but they may actually appreciate it. It'd be easier access if they could go even farther down their pipeline right away. I would imagine that's who's using this access road now, is them mainly, and y'all developing it, going in and out of there. But it looks suspiciously like they're using it to drive down to that pipeline currently.
Nate, I see what you're saying, but I think the problem would be we'd be requiring something silly if they had to go to the south, because it's going to keep going. It's eventually going to connect over to the west. And if we're making them connect to the west anyway, there's going to be a connection. We'd be making them connect it for just a small amount of, we're going to continue to require stubs and connect everything. That it can't continue to the south. It's eventually going to have to connect over on the west. I think we'd be requiring it for very little connectivity on the south. Yeah.
Does staff have an opinion about this?
I'm not certain whether or not, to me, that we could extend it or he could stub it to the south. I'm not clear on whether or not, let me say it this way, my assumption is that you could build something that would strengthen some sort of a bridge or a concrete structure that would be able to get access over the pipeline. the pipeline runs under Southeast 104th Street. So if the property owner to the south ever wanted it badly enough, they could build a structure. That's my assumption, but I don't know that for certain.
It either have to be that, or they have to take up the pipe, replace it with heavy wall pipe, and then put it back. That's the only way they would allow it.
So we would allow the possibility of that happening if it were to stub to the south.
Also, the property to the south is completely landlocked at this time and has no access. So this would at least give them some kind of access to their property.
It's a public street. In my view, this is going to be a public street. We have a policy of connectivity. There's not a reason presented here by the applicant not to have it. I think we should require it. He's open to it. Pipeline guy said, fine, we can bend it to the west. I say we require the stubs. That's my position on it. If you guys don't want to discuss it anymore, I'll make the motion. We can see where we are. Okay. I will make a motion we are approving the preliminary plat, C-7101, and we would delete TE2 because we don't need the variance. All the other TEs you were in agreement with, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will recommend approval to City Council, C-7101, the technical evaluations 1, 3, 5, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
That's a fine motion. I will second it.
I'll second both those motions.
I have 2 motions and 2 seconds to approve item number 11, deleting TE number 2. Is it 2, the requirement for the variance? I'm sorry, I've lost my place. So, cast your votes, please. It's approved.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Item number 12, an application by Ace Pools to rezone 4600 South Anderson Road from SPUD 666 to SPUD 1154.
Good afternoon, Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road, on behalf of the applicant. What you have before you today is a C3 spud, and that would allow that we've eliminated numerous uses within the. We have received staff's comments. We addressed several of those comments, which I don't think have been fully taken in the staff report. T number 1, requesting that we plant the trees on 30-foot centers. That's already been added to the application. T2 is requesting a 50-foot setback along the frontage and 25 on the north, south, and east. I don't necessarily understand why, as others, as the base zoning use would only be 25 feet. But in this instance, based on our site plan, I would agree to those setbacks. The TE number 3, we have discussed this with staff, and they have agreed to remove that. We are allowing for cross-access, so we don't need to provide the stub to the south. I'll be happy to answer any questions. We'd ask for your approval.
Explain that last statement to me. We're providing cross-access.
We've allowed for cross-access, but we're not building the stub to the south off of our parking lot.
So how are we providing for it?
Well, we've agreed with staff to allow cross-access from the property to the south across our property if needed in the future. Based on that, they agreed that we don't need to build the stub in case it's not asked for in the future.
I think...
Because it would be a commercial connection that they may or may not want to connect to us.
Do you own that property to the south?
I do not.
Yeah, and this is a private drive, right? It's not a public street.
Correct.
And that, to me, that's the big difference when I look at these things, is he has no idea what is going to be built to the south of that and how it might be zoned and what use it might be. What if it's a gas station? He is certainly not going to allow cross-access, you'd be foolish, to allow a truck to cross his parking lot and do damage when something he's going to have to pay for when it's a, that's why I asked the last applicant if it was a public street, because if it's a private street and he doesn't want to connect, my view on it is differently. If it's a public street, he should adhere to the policy. This is a private drive, it's a commercial use. To me, it's different. I never understand why these stubs for connectivity are requested, unless it's a part of like a master development where they own the other parcels and they can control that, then, but to me, this is what makes this one different.
I've typically, almost every residential application that we come in with, we ask for, or it's asked for connectivity to the adjacent property. When I saw this comment in this application, I was a little bit surprised by it, but discussed it with staff further, and they have agreed not to require us to build a stub to the south.
Okay.
So, and building that to the south right now would also get rid of some of the vegetation that's currently on the south that they're asking us to keep if we can. So.
Okay. I feel very differently about that subject because there's nothing in the world more annoying to me than to be in a 7-Eleven and needing to go to a CVS next door and have to go out onto the street to get to it.
I know, and as the owner of a CVS would point out, it's very annoying for them to have to restore concrete damage from somebody from an adjoining property that there's no agreement to absorb those costs. And so you got a propane sales facility on the south side of this that abuts the interstate next to AA. What happens if he wants to expand and then grabs that stub? I think that the private dynamic is what changes it for me. I know we differ on it, and that's okay. But to me, that's what is determinative, is that it's private use. So.
I agree to provide a cross-access easement at building permit to get that building permit. And then if somebody wants to connect to it in the future, they have the ability to build that stub and do so.
Got it. Is there any, I'm sorry?
What is this? It says conceptual, but what's it going to be? Or do you know?
Well, on the north end is a pool builder's office and showroom, and on the south end it is, have you seen Port 164 concept, which allows for businesses to have an office, warehouse, Alpha Portland, 164th. There's many users of that need, and it's felt like it's needed in this area.
Okay.
So they're just like sort of miniature versions of the bigger one on the north?
Yeah, it's not that big. Correct.
Right. Do we have any other questions of our applicant? Is there anybody else here today who's signed up, who wants to be heard on this matter? I don't have anybody signed up. So.
Okay. I'll move for approval for SPUD 1154, subject to the technical evaluations. Minus the third one, right?
Correct.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve. Item number 12, cast your votes, please.
Thank you.
It is approved.
No longer SPUD 666.
Item 13 has been continued. Item 14 is an application to rezone 3400 Northwest 18th Street from R1 to SPUD 1140.
Madam Chairwoman, do you want to check and see if that number 6 might have been in the restroom so they don't... We had one that wasn't here. If they are here...
Do we want to? I'd be glad to. Is the applicant on item number 6, SPUD 1152, identified as David Ledbetter in the staff report, here? I don't think so.
And I was afraid not. Do you still want to maybe take action on it? It's fairly simple.
I'm not inclined to do that, no. But we can talk about that afterwards.
Afterwards, okay. I will forget by then.
Have you read the item? You have. Our applicant present.
Oh, I thought you were still deciding whether you're 6 or not. Sorry. Yes, I am present. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. On behalf of the applicants, who are Nathan and Scarlett Cow. Nathan is here with us today. This is an SPUD located at 18th and Woodward. This is an SPUD to allow 3 separate single-family residences to be built on what is now 2 legal lots. These are original lots that are 25 foot wide, so again, there are 2 legal lots. We are seeking to reconfigure the way that the lots are oriented and allow for a 3rd lot. So at the beginning, I think it's important to look at what we're doing here, and it's something that has become fairly common in the urban core. You, as a planning commission, have seen numerous types of developments like this here in recent months. Most recently would have been at 40th and Military. In that case, it was at the southeast corner, a corner lot just like this, and it was an identical layout in that it was 3 lots where there was once 2 lots. More recently, just before that, there would have been one at 21st and Blackwelder. In that case, it was again 2 lots there, except we were going to 5 is what was proposed. We ended up at 4 dwelling units. So here what we're trying to do is to achieve the ability to have 3 separate single-family residences. It will be platted. The intent is to plat this and sell these as ownered homes. And so it's an idea that has been prevalent in the inner core. When you look at the comprehensive plan for this area, it's designated as urban medium. One of the things that urban medium densities tries to do is achieve a higher density on lots or neighborhoods that are looking for new development, and we believe this classifies as that. Now, one of the anomalies about this site is it is in the Urban Conservation District, specifically the Linwood Place Urban Conservation District. A lot of the protests you read had to do with the fact that it is in this Linwood UCD. I do want to point out that the Gatewood case that I just referred to as 21st and Blackwelder was in the Gatewood UCD. So it is not out of the norm for there to be an SPUD that comes in and rezones out of a UCD. I know there's been an allegation made in the protest that there's somehow something improper about an SPUD or a PUD as it relates to a UCD. It's my understanding that the City Attorney's Office has concluded that we are certainly eligible to file this application. It's up to the discretion of Planning Commission, ultimately City Council, but the allegation that something is improper about the filing, I believe to be inaccurate. But perhaps Council can correct me if I'm wrong in that assertion.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Point. So before you go on, I'll just say, at the request of council for the neighbors, I made a formal request of the municipal council's office that they give us a legal opinion on 2 questions. One is whether it is legally permissible for a PUD or SPUD to vary the terms of the zoning code in a manner that would otherwise require a variance from the Board of Adjustment. And their answer to that question was yes, it is legally permissible. The second question was whether it is legally permissible for a PUD or SPUD to vary the terms of an urban conservation district. In other words, beyond just other provisions of the zoning code, whether specifically the terms of an urban conservation district can be varied through the use of a PUD or SPUD. And their answer to that question also was yes. The reason I asked for this opinion is because this is something that we do fairly commonly, and the assertion of counsel for the neighbors is that it is illegal for us to do those things. So I felt like if it is, we needed to know that since we've been doing it for a while. So I can make copies of the legal opinion available to you. I've asked our counselor to be here to advise us if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. So one of the goals of the UCDs is to ensure that compatible development happens. One of the ways that they do that, frankly the primary way that these UCDs have that happen is through setbacks. For those of you who are on the Planning Commission, back to that 21st and Blackwelder, we had 5 units on each lot, a total of 10. Gatewood protested. Their predominant concern was we weren't matching the historic setback along 21st Street. So we removed a unit, so that we then matched that historic front building setback line. Once we did that, we were able to move forward through the process. So, looking at the case at hand, I handed you two exhibits. One that has a front page that matches the exhibit to my left, and the other is pulled from the municipal code, and it are sections of the UCD district guidelines, but specifically, it is the entirety of the Linwood Place Urban Conservation District. So the reason I want to look at this is if you turn to page 3, I have highlighted in yellow the entirety of the Linwood UCD as it relates to residential development. There are only 3 provisions. 1, on all lots, property frontage shall be as platted. Now, in the after, because we intend to plat this, we will have all lots fronting as platted. Because again, we will be platting these as 3 separate lots. So we'll have 1 lot facing north on 18th and 2 lots facing east on Woodward. 2, all residences on streets running east and west shall be constructed to face north or south onto the street. So what we're getting at here is along 18th Street, we have to face north. The front lot will face north along 18th Street in accordance with that provision. Finally, the last is area and setback regulations. There shall be a front yard having a depth no less than 35 feet. So if you look at the northern lot, the one facing 18th Street, we have this little pinkish purple box is 35 feet. So the historical building setback along 18th Street will be matched. I don't know if anyone's had Cindy, you put an image up on the aerial. If anyone had a chance to drive it, you would notice, and if you look at Google Earth, you will notice that all of those front building lines match that. So we will maintain that. The other thing I want to point out in the exhibit that I handed you that has this on the front is this idea referenced in the protest that something about this application would create a change in dynamics of the area, I believe to be misguided. Specifically, if you look to the lot to our south, it's 3 lots rather than 2 like ours, but it's on those 3 lots you have 4 separate structures. Within those 4 structures, it's our understanding that there are 7 dwelling units. This neighborhood, like lots of older neighborhoods, were built at a time in which a mix of densities were achieved. That was the goal. That was the way we believed we built good cities. That changed at some point after these neighborhoods, but when you look at the urban core, most neighborhoods have a mix of densities. I live in a neighborhood that has single-family residences on large lots, small lots, duplex, triplexes, and there's an apartment building in it. That's how we built cities for a long, long time. Now, we got away with that. We got away from that through these exclusionary tools like UCD districts, zoning regulations. But if you turn to the next page, what you'll see, again, going back to that idea that the whole purpose of these UCD districts is to ensure compatible building, compatible development, maintaining historic building lines, and it appears to be that their main point of contention is that along 18th Street, technically, these 2 homes, the southern 2 homes, their front yard faces Woodward. So we're not going to maintain a 35-foot setback, because frankly, that would be in violation of what I think the historic building line is along Woodward. Because Woodward doesn't act like the front door, Woodward acts like the side door. And so even though it is the front yard, we're going to maintain the historic building pattern of the neighborhood. So what our architect did was he conducted a survey of Linwood. And so if you turn to page 2 of that exhibit, you will see house after house in this area. In fact, one of them is just at the northwest corner of 18th and Woodward, where it actually faces east. And it doesn't have a 35-foot setback to the east. It faces Woodward, addresses Woodward in an identical manner to what we are attempting to do. To the lot to the south of us is the next on page 2. You'll see the same thing. When you turn to page 3, it is 2 lots that face Independence. Again, these are mid-block homes, similar to what we'll have here. And again, when on these side streets, not the east-west running streets, but the north-south running streets, it is common because the other homes on those streets are typically going to be side yards. The intent, when it's a front yard, is to match the other side yard, so you have a consistent line. So there you see 2 homes on Independence that are mid-block that face Independence and maintain that side yard setback in a consistent manner. Next on page 4, you'll see 2 similar properties here on land. Same thing, they are matching not the 35-foot front yard, but rather the side yard. Finally, on page 5, you'll see mid-block on facing Drexel, and then the second one is mid-block facing land. So there are examples throughout Linwood of exactly what we're trying to do. There are examples in the urban core of exactly what we're trying to do. This is frankly consistent with what I believe the desire of the comprehensive plan through the urban medium designation was trying to achieve. Trying to achieve a higher density than what we've seen in the past. Now, when you look at it compared to the Linwood UCD, I don't think they are in conflict. I think that we frankly meet the three provisions in the Linwood UCD because we will be fronting on property as platted, and we will meet that front yard setback. And again, if we think about the true intent, it is to maintain historic building lines. That's what gives continuity. So to meet the front yard setback of 35 feet along Woodward, I think would violate that. It creates a situation where you actually shove these so far back that you create the missing teeth as you drive down Woodward. And so by doing it to the side yard, and here we have frankly a large right-of-way. And so the property line is the dashed line you see right here. But from curb to the front of the houses is over 20 feet, which is consistent with what you see up and down Linwood all over this neighborhood. There are 2 TEs. TE number 1, we do agree to accept, I think it needs to say at the end, except as modified herein, so that it's clear that we agree to the Linwood Urban Conservation District and R1 regs, except as specifically modified herein in the SPUD. Finally, TE number 2, we don't agree to. We have 2 lots. We believe that what we're trying to get through the SPUD is frankly a better product, more consistent with the neighborhood, than could otherwise be built today pursuant to the R1 regulations. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about the design. The architects have taken great care to ensure that the design of the structures is in keeping with the time in which this neighborhood developed. So if you look at the style, it is consistent with what you would see in Linwood. In fact, there's a home on the northeast corner that almost matches it identically. There are no sidewalks through portions of this neighborhood. We do intend and are required to install sidewalks. So what we believe we have is a development compatible with the purposes and intent of the comprehensive plan, compatible with the Linwood neighborhood, and something that we see time and time again and are encouraged to do pursuant to the comprehensive plan. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have, and we'd ask for your approval.
Are these for sale or rent?
They will be platted and sold individually.
Do you have any other questions of Mr. Box? I have a bunch of people signed up to speak.
I do. We talked a little bit at the outset about compatibility and your assertion that the historical block pattern is being maintained. What in your mind are the other considerations relating to compatibility that we should pay attention to in this as it relates to how your development is going to interact with the rest of Linwood?
I think density and architecture. I mean, I think those are the things that perhaps impact neighborhoods the most. And I think both the density of this development is consistent, especially given south of us. Again, we've got 7 dwelling units. In the architecture, I think the architecture matches the time period in which Linwood developed.
Staff points out that you have compatibility issues as it relates to lot coverage for the 2 structures orienting north Woodward. How would you answer that?
So our lots are covered more than perhaps others in the neighborhood. Part of that is caused because we'll be plotting them separately. But if you look at the lot coverage to our south, Cindy, if you could go back to the aerial, or if you look at one of the exhibits I handed you, specifically page 2, the address of 2317 North Woodward, that is a home that faces east, and if you look at it, it covers almost the entirety of the lot. So that's going to be at the northwest corner of 18th and Woodward. And so there...
When was that house constructed?
I don't know.
Is it not that these are not historic homes, I know, but is it an original structure? I mean, is it an older structure? No idea?
No idea.
Is this an outlier?
No. If you go through the neighborhood, so if you can see on the bottom of the screen, if you look along Woodward, so the northeast corner is 17th and Woodward. When you look at the setback from the south on 17th and how much right-of-way is eaten up with a 35-foot setback, and then if you look on the western side of that lot, that lot almost entirely is covered up. Part of the lot coverage issue that I think we benefit from is the way that the setbacks handle. Again, along Woodward, there's a tremendous right-of-way there. So we have almost 21 feet of curb to our building. And so our lot coverage, the problem is this dashed line is where the lot starts, but this is all front yard, sidewalk, and then, the tree well. So the lot coverage is a bit skewed because of how wide the right-of-way is along Woodward.
If you adhered to I'm not even going to go there yet. You address density in architecture, so your argument is that the density is that it's staying single-family, essentially, so it's not altering the density.
Correct. There's 3 separate single-family homes. Okay.
Architecturally, as everyone up here knows, what you've given us in your drawing is just that. It's a picture. What assurances do we have that that is precisely what's going to get constructed so that it maintains that architecture?
We're willing to put whatever technical evaluations in place. I mean, this is what they've paid a tremendous amount of money to the architects of record.
I understand, and we've seen a lot of pretty architectural pictures people spent money on that they didn't build what they said they would do. So that, it just doesn't hold a lot of weight for me when you say architecturally it'll be similar, because we don't necessarily know exactly what will be built.
I guess we could commit to a specific plan and come back, and we could create language in the SPUD that it must be architecturally compatible or consistent with the exhibit. And when we come back for a specific plan, if it's not, you'd have the discretion to deny us.
Well, we've had these conversations before as a commission, and all other commissioners can weigh in on how they feel. If we're going to do that, we've got to be very specific about what we're going to review at specific plans, so we actually have the authority to do that, if that is believed to be important. But I don't want that picture to get burned in people's brains, because there's far too many times that somebody's brought that in, and then I drive by a project after it's built and doesn't look anything like that.
Fair enough. I think they're pretty far along in their developed building plans. That this is not a hypothetical. This is what they're going to build, but whatever language you want, we could agree.
If it's not relevant, tell me that I shouldn't brought it up, but I believe this developer has had other projects in recent history, and they have turned out the same as the pictures, if that's relevant.
I think that's wonderful. I think we should try to make them, at least for me, I want to see a commitment there because of the architectural sensitivity of the area.
Fair enough.
This is different. You've seen some bad results come out of projects. I don't want to call anybody out specifically, but there have been some bad results of things that were promised to look one way and looked another, and I don't want that to happen in a place like this.
Fair enough.
The other thing you said that I want to get your comments on before we turn it over is the context of the plat. I'm a little troubled with the argument that you are respecting what I think the UCD was trying to preserve, because you're coming in and you're taking an established lot and you're chopping it up. So you're sort of in-rounding what the person who prepared that UCD and looking at the plat as it existed then as a legitimate drafting error wouldn't have contemplated, which is that someone comes in and begins to lot split these off and changes that historical block pattern from large lots that abut each other, that face east-west streets.
No, we're not going to do that.
I just really want to understand why that isn't an end round to that. I mean, does that make sense? For me, when I read it, I'm not going to, the drafting for me isn't the issue, it's how we judge its context, right, in reviewing it today. I think you have to be fair and say that this lot wasn't ever contemplated to be 3. So walk me through that. I want to understand your argument there.
I apologize. I got distracted with the commotion. Will you ask me the question again?
The context of the plat. It just seems to me that your argument that we're honoring the plat and what the UCD adopted as sort of confirmation of the plat, so to speak, from the municipal level, that you're taking it and now you're chopping it into thirds. And it's kind of a got you. What's your response to that, or how would you articulate your argument for your maintaining that?
So I don't think it's a gotcha. I think it's just a change in conditions and change in circumstances. It's a change in the way that we as a city are wanting to seek density and development. And so the plat is filled with things that are frankly unconstitutional. If you look at the plat, they're not covenants in neighborhoods of this age.
Right.
The way that they addressed what we do now through covenants is through plat notes. And if you look at the plat notes, it's clear that a lot of what they were attempting to do were exclusionary measures. And so I just don't think they're lawful in the first place. And so to answer your question, I think it's not a gotcha. I think it's a plat from the 1920s in which circumstances have changed. And so we're still, I think, maintaining the intent of what the neighborhood was supposed to be, as evidenced by the various multifamily type housing that exists. Now, again, these aren't multifamily, but look no further than our southern boundary, where there's 4 structures with 7 dwelling units.
Okay, thanks.
Do we have any other questions of the applicant? I have a lot of people signed up to speak.
I have maybe a really simple one, sorry. I think I followed earlier. Your applicant, you have 2 lots right next to each other, correct?
Right now, there are 2 25-foot lots, correct?
So they were developed, like a lot of these older neighborhoods that have little tiny skinny lots.
Oh, right.
But a house is built on 2 lots, and there was a house built on these 2
But now you own, it's already just 1 house on both lots. So they've already built, the prior house, was 1 house on 2 lots.
Yes, sir. So it's been 1 house on 2 lots. We're trying to make it 3 houses on.
And this may not be right to ask this, but I'm going to ask it now anyway. You could build 1 really large house then on those, what's now a combination of 2 lots. There wouldn't need any kind of zoning change to build a.
That's correct. All we have to meet setbacks.
1 house, okay.
Without any sort of, you could do it out of vinyl siding. There'd be no requirement of brick or any other architectural requirements.
Okay. So I have just a couple of things I want to say before we start. Commissioner Highsmith recused himself on this case before it started, really. And so I kind of subbed in for him on this. He asked me to, and I did. So I attended the neighborhood meeting, the 1 neighborhood meeting that was open to the applicant and myself. And I'll just say, at that meeting, there were people who thought this was a great idea. There were people who seemed relatively indifferent to it. There were people who hated this idea. Virtually every single person at that meeting, at least the ones who spoke to the matter, were very pleased that the house that existed on the property previously had been torn down. I didn't see it before it was torn down, but apparently it was in terrible condition. It was, if not dilapidated, it was in very, very poor condition. And numerous people made a point of congratulating the applicant for having torn it down. The reason I mention that is, generally speaking, I am not in favor of removing viable housing stock in order to build even more dense housing stock in its place. I don't think that is quite the right way to look at this particular application, because I'm not sure that the house that was there was viable, frankly. Certainly the people who were congratulating him for having torn it down didn't seem to think so.
And to that point, briefly, Madam Chair, I know you've seen the thick stack of protest letters. I want to make sure you, in the shuffle, didn't lose sight of the fact that we had at least 6 letters of support for this project from people living within the neighborhood. So, to Chairman Power's point.
There were a couple of questions. Well, there's a question at least that I specifically wanted to ask you about that was raised by a gentleman by the name of Philip York in his letter. Whether the driveways will be long enough to permit someone to park on them without blocking the sidewalk.
Yes, they've been designed to allow that. So each unit will have a garage, and then the driveways are long enough to permit a car so that the sidewalks are not blocked.
What is that length?
18 feet.
18 feet. And they're just designed to be 1-car driveways? Like single car?
Yes, single, right.
Okay.
Which is what you see in neighborhoods of this age.
Okay. Are there sidewalks there currently?
There's not.
There's not. You'll add them, though?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then I just wanted to comment to Ms. Elizabeth, is it Shriver, I guess? Can't even read my own handwriting. She made a comment in her letter about us not approving this out of some desire to get real estate tax revenue, which I just wanted to let you know the city does not get. We don't get money from real estate taxes. I think basically this case presents, a question of, well, a couple of questions. Whether there is a special consideration due to properties protected by a UCD that outweighs our general considerations and policies favoring infill development and a mixture of housing types and costs. Linwood is a very diverse neighborhood in sort of every sense of that word, socioeconomically, in terms of housing stock that's available there, price point, et cetera. It really sort of runs the gamut. So a great many, in fact, I would say virtually every one of the letters that I read focuses on the issue of whether the UCD itself has a sort of special consideration attached to it, that it is a covenant or a contract or a compact between the residents of Linwood and the city with respect to the type of development that will occur there. And, I think that there's this type of infill development, and by that I mean multiple single-family dwellings on a lot, or in this case two, versus a fourplex or an eightplex or that type of multifamily development is a type of development that I actually have come to have warm and fuzzy feelings for. At first I was very reluctant about it. I get that in areas where infill is needed, there needs to be some kind of inducement, and that's not necessarily just monetary, but that too, with respect to infill development. Primarily it's an inducement to young architects to do something other than build grandmothers' houses. They want to do things that are interesting. And this concept of multiple single-family dwellings on a lot, or in this case two, is one that has some appeal. It gives them some creativity, leeway, and allows for something other than just what looks like it used to be there. So that's a question. Is the UCD a special compact? Is it something that we need to take more cognizance of than the competing policies of encouraging infill development? And kind of related to that, but separate, is whether infill development is only appropriate where it's needed, where rebuilding of the original, in generally speaking, single-family dwelling type of housing is not likely. One of the things I did hear from people at the neighborhood meeting I attended was, there used to be a house there, houses are selling just fine in this neighborhood, just build another house, of the same size and type as the house that was there. So I think that is a question that we, need to consider as we grapple with this particular application. If anybody else has anything to say, you can do that now, and if not, I will start calling people to come speak to us.
We have a planned presentation, Madam Chair, if I may.
Sure.
I'm going to talk to you about the law. By the way, I'm Eric Groves. I'm an attorney, 3601 North Clanson Boulevard, and I represent the Linwood Place Urban Conservation District. I'd like to talk to you about the law. Then my associate, Ami Swank, will deal with the facts of the design in greater detail. And then we'd like you to hear from the president of the Neighborhood Association, John Milner, and his vice president. So let us begin with the law. Ami, would you mind handing these out? We have a little exhibit book for you that has 4 exhibits in it. And I'll wait till you have them before we go over them. But let me begin at the beginning. Back in 1979 and 80, the city made a public policy decision that some neighborhoods would be worth conserving, and so it created what's known as the Urban Conservation District Ordinance. It also set forth criteria by which a neighborhood could be designated as an urban conservation district. The city then conducted a very thorough, comprehensive survey of Linwood, an applicant for such a district. It's an impressive piece of work, but suffice it to say that Linwood met the standards for an urban conservation district, and so in 1980, the city so designated it. So what we're really talking about here, oh, and by the way, nearly 40 years ago, the steering committee has maintained, preserved, and enhanced that neighborhood. So let's talk first about the General Urban Conservation District Ordinance. And there's a copy of it. It's Exhibit A in your exhibit book. I sent you all a memo earlier and attached it. It's highlighted. The purpose of that ordinance is to maintain neighborhood character. That is the statement of intent for the General Urban Conservation District. The nature of the district is zoning. It is an overlay district. We have many different kinds of overlay districts in Oklahoma. This is one of the earliest ones. There are several urban conservation districts around town. Gatewood is one, mentioned by Mr. Box. They're all different. The general ordinance has a sort of hierarchy of ordinances as to which ordinance controls which. And in this general urban conservation district, if you'll take a look at the highlighted parts, it says quite clearly, where there is more than one regulation applicable to the district, the regulations created by the UCD shall apply. Now, that's the law of this city. If there's more than one regulation in a given district, the UCD ordinance prevails. It is stated again later in that general ordinance. I've highlighted it. And it says the regulations established for a UCD take precedence over all other regulations in the zoning code, whether they are less restrictive or more restrictive. The general ordinance allows for a more specific ordinance for the neighborhood in particular. And the general ordinance says that there may be standards, specific standards to regulate density, lot size, dwelling units per acre, area, coverage, setbacks, open space, and so forth. So the general enabling ordinance allows the enactment of a more specific ordinance for a specific neighborhood. But it also makes clear that that ordinance and the general ordinance prevail. They are superior against any other ordinance in that district. That's what the law says. And it has said that since 1980. Now,
Mr. Groves.
Yes.
If I'm following where you're citing from, I don't see the word prevail. I see the word apply.
No, it doesn't say prevail. It says apply.
Okay. You keep saying they prevail. It has a connotation to it. It applies. A lot of things apply.
Well, I think the meaning of it is that if it applies, it controls.
I'm just not sure why you keep using the word prevail if the word.
Well, maybe I should use the word control or govern.
I'd use the word that you handed out, apply.
Apply. Well, it applies.
You can keep using the word prevail, but I'm just, in case somebody else is following along.
I'll use the word apply henceforth.
Whichever you prefer.
But I think the gist of it is, Commissioner, that it's superior, has more force.
Eventually, I think I'm going to get around to the opinion from the municipal counselor's office as to whether the action by our commission and the council can overrule it. So it's saying that it applies. It certainly may apply.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's talk about that. I was aware that
I hesitate doing that. You kept saying the wrong word.
Yeah, well, the Commissioner is correct. The word in the ordinance is apply. I was aware that the municipal counselor was going to write an opinion on this subject. I had a meeting with Susan Randall and Kenny Jordan, and I spoke with Commissioner Powers about it, and I thought it was appropriate that the municipal counselor opine on some of these questions. I have not been favored with a copy of that opinion regrettably. So I can't comment on it. And I'd like to see the opinion at some point between now and when this case goes to council. Because all I know about the opinion is how Mr. Bach's characterized it. And if Mr. Bach's characterization of the opinion is true, I disagree with it. But anyway, to get back to the general ordinance and the specific ordinance. Let's talk now about the specific ordinance. It has specific regulations in it, and those are highlighted too. And the first one is that property frontage shall be as platted. Now that incorporates, by reference, the plat, which is a 1924 plat, and I attached a copy of it to my memorandum to you. Because it was handwritten back in the day, we typed up the plat restrictions and attached them to the copy of the plat so you could see what it is it says. So, the second plat restriction is residences on east-west streets must face north-south. The third one is there must be a front yard with depth no less than 35 feet. Those are the standards of the UCD ordinance. To the extent that the ordinance incorporates the plat by reference, restriction number 5 in the plat says no residence with frontage less than 50 feet is allowed. Now, as Commissioner Powers pointed out, this was an old-fashioned plat back in the day when there were 25-foot lots. But in this case, because the frontage has to be no less than 50 feet, you couldn't build a house on a 25-foot lot. You had to build a house on 2 lots, which is what happened. And that's been the development pattern ever since. So that's it on the general ordinance and on the specific ordinance. Now let's talk about the staff report. I think you all have that in front of you, I hope. At page 2 of the staff report, the staff says that the applicant here requests variations to the R1 district standards and to the UCD district standards. Well, that it does. The question is that legally permissible? If you look at Exhibit C in the little trial book, we prepared a chart of bulk standards, a comparison chart prepared by Ami Swank. She can talk to you about it in greater detail if necessary, but basically it compares the bulk standards of the law as opposed to what the applicant wants. The applicant does not comply with the bulk standards of the R1 district. Now, at page 8 of the staff report, the staff says that the master design statement for the SPUD does not comply with the historical lot size. It seeks to turn 1 lot, actually technically it's 2 lots, but they said 1 lot, into 3. Also, staff had issues with orientation to the street as different from the predominant character in the neighborhood and dramatically different, the staff said, from adjacent uses. That's the staff's judgment. We concur with it. Other issues raised by the staff at page 9, the homes oriented toward Woodward and the lot coverage raises other compatibility issues. At the bottom line, the staff had 2 technical evaluations. First, it said that in the staff's opinion, the SPUD must be developed in conformance with 2 things. 1, R1 regulations. 2, the Linwood Place UCD. That's the staff's judgment. We concur with it. The second TE was to eliminate 1 unit. That's the staff's judgment. We concur with it to an extent. If there were to be 2 units on 3 lots, we would expect them to comply with the UCD district ordinance. Now, that may not be an easy task to rearrange things, but we think it can be done. Anyway, we concur with the staff on that TE. Of course, we had our druthers. There'd be one house on 2 lots, just as there is throughout Linwood. Now, I want to respond to a few things that Mr. Box talked about.
Before you do that, just to be clear, TE number 1, and maybe we can get the staff to give us a line call on this, but my understanding of TE number 1 is that the SPUD should comply with R1 and Linwood Place UCD, except as otherwise modified, means that to the extent that those modifications are specified in the SPUD, they control, or would control if they were approved. But otherwise, as to anything that is not specifically addressed or modified by the SPUD, then the R1 and Linwood UCD requirements, regulations would apply. Is that the purpose of the TE? I just want to be clear about what it says and what it means.
Well,
so,
may I comment? Is this supposed to mean as modified by the SPUD?
Yes.
In other words, you should follow the R1 standards, you should comply with the UCD standards, unless you don't.
Exactly right.
Unless the SPUD just comes along and says, well, you don't have to comply with those. So then what's the point with saying comply with them unless the SPUD says you don't?
Address any issues, any regulations that are not specifically addressed by the SPUD.
Oh, well,
so,
is that a way of saying, and JJ can comment if he wants, that the SPUD, if the UCD ordinance says frontage of 50 feet, says setback of 35 feet, the SPUD says no, we're going to overrule that.
I believe that is its intention, yes.
Then we have a serious difference of opinion.
Well, that may be true. I do find it a little hard to believe that you don't acknowledge, or you seem to not be acknowledging, that by definition, what an SPUD or a PUD does is modify the bulk standards of the straight zoning rules, right? Like you and I can agree that that's been going on. You can't come in after we've been doing this 30 years and decide that all of a sudden that's a problem, right? You're not implying that.
Well, I think it's more than one question, so let me try to answer both of them.
It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty straightforward.
Well, if the commissioner is asking me whether after all these years, I'm coming along and saying that PUDs and SPUDs don't mean what they say, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that a SPUD has its limitations. There's an ordinance on SPUDs. I discussed it in my memo to you.
I read it.
But what I'm advocating here today is that a SPUD cannot vary the terms of a UCD. Let's think about what that means if it could.
Let me stop you. What I'm told, and I regret that you don't have a copy of it, but primarily for the benefit of the people that are joining us here from the neighborhood, I'll share with you what the conclusion is. And as it relates to law, this is all I care about today. This is what I'm going to read, is the municipal councilor's opinion to us on the matter of the law, which says, the legislature has authorized through the legislative process of zoning the authority for municipalities to enact zoning ordinances by means of the PUD-SPUD zoning process, provided such PUD-SPUD meets certain standards set out in the ordinance. Implicit in the PUD-SPUD regulations is the ability to vary regulations of the zoning code for which an applicant might otherwise seek a variance from the Board of Adjustment, meaning you essentially have two tracks to follow. It goes on to read in conclusion that, as mentioned above, the City Council is the legislative body authorized to rezone property. The Council has the authority to zone property with an UC district overlay or to remove the UC overlay from a property if it is no longer needed. The use of a PUD-SPUD to rezone property located within a UC district is a valid exercise of the police power as long as it meets the objectives and standards set forth in the ordinance. So for our purposes, I think we can just agree that today we have the authority to do it. I think we can move on from that. This is not a debate we're going to settle, because if you don't agree with it, you have a means of legal recourse, but this is the law to me today.
No, I don't agree with it, but these are very fine points, Commissioner. I won't argue with this. A SPUD it's not supposed to be a substitute for variances, of course. I mean, the SPUD ordinance itself says this is not intended to circumvent policies or grant variances. That's up to the Board of Adjustment. But it also says that it can vary the requirements of conventional districts. Conventional districts like R1, O2, C3. It doesn't say, the SPUD ordinance does not say on its face that it can vary the terms and conditions of an urban conservation district. Now, I want to go a little further, Commissioner, if you'll indulge me. This is why this is a landmark case, because the difference that we have here is if a SPUD, like some magic wand, can obliterate the provisions of a UCD, why have a UCD?
So your position would be that because there's a UCD in place, they can't be modified. It's this way for all time. The city has no ability to rezone or change it because it's been a memorialized.
Not exactly.
With that zoning overlay, which is what the UCD is.
The city, and so I think somebody said this, and it may have been in Susan's opinion, the city can repeal the UCD ordinance if it wishes to. Can it not? It's an ordinance. All ordinances can be repealed. If the city decides we don't want to impose these restrictions any further, it can repeal the Linwood ordinance. It can repeal the general ordinance. But if you use a SPUD, you have, in effect, repealed the UCD ordinance. It's an implied repeal. Is it not, Susan?
I don't really want to get into a debate on the legal, on my legal opinion. I will give you a copy of it. My opinion is that the UCD is an ordinance that has regulations that are just general in nature as a zoning ordinance. The council has the authority to modify or to repeal any of those zoning ordinances by the use of a PUD or SPUD.
So here's what we're up against. That's the position that Susan's taking, and I think some of you are going to concur with it. Our position is different. Our position is that if SPUDs can be used to repeal UCD regulations, there's no point in having the UCD in the first place, because anybody, not just David's clients, anybody can come into this UCD or any UCD and say, I've got a SPUD. It may not be consistent with your regulations, but because it's a SPUD, if the commission and the council approves it, I'm home free.
I will say this also, that the regulations specifically say that it contemplates that the UCD can be varied because the steering committee is allowed to make comments upon any kind of a rezoning, a variance, a special permit, or any of those things. So the very regulations contemplate that they can be varied.
No, I don't agree with that. The steering committee has an advisory relationship with the city under the ordinance, and all that's well and good, but the steering committee does not have the power to enact or repeal ordinances. Only the governing body of this municipality can do that.
I said the steering committee can make comments.
Comments, yes.
On those actions that come before them.
I want to say a few things in response to what David Box talked about.
Before we leave this point, I want to make, and again, we're making fine points of distinction here, but I think that what I had said at the beginning of this discussion is that, in my view, what this is about is not whether it's legal or illegal. We have a legal opinion from our municipal councilor's office that settles that, in my view. But what we do need to consider is whether the UCDs and Linwood and others represent a compact, if you will, that is by its nature a promise that somehow we need to give additional weight to when we're viewing it in the context of whether it's a PUD or an SPUD or any other kind of zoning change. Whether by the adoption and the process, which having been involved in the adoption of the Gatewood UCD, I can tell you is long and arduous and difficult and, time-consuming and requires a great deal of input and energy from the people who live in the area. That in adopting that, the city has given its promise, if you will, I don't know how else to think of it, that these regulations will be taken more seriously, if you will, than the run-of-the-mill zoning request. And so when those requests come to us, whether we need to give special weight to their provisions. It's not a question of legality in my view. It's a question of weight. So.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Commissioner. I think it should be given additional weight. Of course, we still disagree. I think it's law. But I hope, if Commissioner Powers is correct, I'm not, I hope that you will give great weight to it, yes, because it is in the nature of a compact. It is a contract of a kind between the city and the people who build in Linwood. All of these people put their fortunes and their hopes in the homes in Linwood in reliance on a promise from the city, a promise that is law. And we're here today just to ask simple justice, just to uphold the law. Because if we don't, then SPUDs can be used to do just about anything. Not only in UCDs, but HP districts, anything. Now, one other thing. I was surprised at my colleague, Mr. Box, discussing the plat for Linwood. He said it was unconstitutional in some respect. Well, it is. There's one provision in there that excludes persons of Ethiopian descent. Well, that's most certainly unconstitutional. And he said there are provisions that work as exclusionary tools. And what do you suppose he was trying to say? If it is what I think he's trying to say, then he ought to come up here and say it out loud. Because Linwood is not an exclusionary neighborhood. The plat doesn't have that effect, neither does the UCD. Everyone is welcome in Linwood. So, Ami Swank will now get into the details with you on why this is violative of the district ordinance. She has some slides.
Ami Swank, 3601 North Classen. Cindy, if I could, thank you. Get you to put up slide number 1.
Will you adjust the microphone, please, so we can hear you?
Sure. What I'm going to go over today, I'm not going to get into the aspects if you can or can't spell a UCD or anything. What I want to point out is, and go over, is the fact that this particular request for a SPUD is against or doesn't comply with any of the setback regulations for R1, definitely doesn't comply with the regulations that they were trying to create in the UCD, and I think when we look at it as a whole, you'll be able to see what they were trying to create. So what I've done is I've given you a chart that you already may have had, and we'll just quickly go over this. The code for R1 property, minimum lot size is 6,000 square feet. The minimum lot size for this proposed development is going to be 1,680 square feet. The average lot size in Linwood is 7,200 square feet. So as you can see, it's approximately, some of the lots are going to be 4.5 times smaller than the lots that are currently in Linwood. I also want to point out one thing is it is on 2 lots. This particular area, when it was platted, did everything in 25-foot frontages, theoretically, so you could have, and then there was a requirement that each house had to be on at least 2 lots to come up with the 50-foot frontage minimum. You could go 3 lots, have 75. You could go for however big you wanted to go, but you had to be at least at 50. Cindy, could you turn that? Thank you. So the 50-foot frontage is met on the house that would be facing 18th Street. It is not met on the house, the other two on Woodward, which you can see it's a frontage of 42 feet and 37 feet. Also, in the colored in area, you're going to see where it kind of looks like a panhandle on two of the lots. That is to provide for sewer to run. So it would run, your sewer line for that top lot would run all the way back there. So their property line would actually be, have a 5-foot area that's their property that's going to extend over 80 feet to get to the sewer line. So you're going to have two strips like that are going to be kind of awkward and unmaintained because it's their property. But the likelihood of them fencing it and maintaining that 5-foot strip is going to be highly unlikely, and also obviously not anywhere close to the character that's currently at Linwood. Part of the SPUD and the PUD is to maintain the character. Part of the aspects of a SPUD and a PUD are to stay in the character, in the approximate size, and also to give something to get something. And I would suggest that they're taking, but I don't see what they're giving. And Cindy, if you can skip to, that's, yeah, okay. This sets out, again, the highlighted outlines the yards and the spacing. The house in blue will have no backyard and only a 5-foot front yard. The backyard, if you would look down at your requirements, for R1 is a 10-foot requirement, and on average, there's probably on average 30-foot backyards in Linwood. Also, your corner lot by R1 requirements should be 15 feet setback, and the proposed corner lot would only be a 5-foot setback. We've gone over the minimum width. Also, your driveways, that issue was brought up, and the staff had made notation in there that each house will only have a 1-car garage. And with the 5-foot front yard, there actually is not enough parking in the driveway to legally park, because you're not supposed to use any part of city property by code for parking. I acknowledge people do that, but technically each one of these houses is only providing, and which is coordinated and confirmed in the staff report, 1 parking space per house. So basically what's going to end up happening, if you have sidewalks, you're going to end up more than likely with people parking out in the street on a pretty consistent basis. The Linwood ordinance, when you look at it as a whole, it states that all lots, property frontage shall be as platted. Now, of course, what they're talking about is the plat as it's given. I mean, to say it's going to be as platted when I change the plat is nonsensical. Obviously, that's not, there wouldn't be any reason to have language that's limiting if it's going to be saying, if you change the plat, the property frontage has to be as you change the plat, which is basically what applicant is asserting here. So the first thing these people did when they created these restrictions was they said it should be as platted. So in other words, if you're facing 18th Street, if your frontage is onto 18th Street, then your house needs to face 18th Street. Taking the house down doesn't change what they were trying to accomplish. They also said you had to have a 35-foot front yard. When you take all these things together, what they're proposing would be impossible if people truly read the UCD requirements for the house placement. And I think it's kind of unfortunate, personally, that they only had the 3 requirements. All of them are being completely gutted in this. Their plat restrictions also are a 50-foot frontage which also would be gutted by this. The R1 standards for spacing would be gutted by this. I don't think it's a question on if you can put a PUD or a SPUD in a UCD. It's how much can a PUD or a SPUD gut everything else that's in place just because it's a PUD or a SPUD. I'll have any questions.
Do you have any questions?
I asked Councilor Box about, describing the compatibility issues. We talked a little bit about setbacks. I think one of the things that he described that I'm curious to get your perspective on, though, is it seems to me that what they've done in setting these residences up along, is it Woodward? Is that correct? It's Woodward. Setting it up along Woodward is to make sure that they maintain what is the block pattern setback that exists along that street.
I would respectfully probably disagree that.
Okay, well, explain that to me because that's where I'm going. So.
Well, I haven't gone out. You have the streets are incredibly wide as far as what the city easements are. They're 60 feet. So when you're sitting around looking at things, unless you were actually to physically get out there with a tape measure or something, all I can tell you is that the front yard and the setbacks for these houses are all 5 feet. And I mean, when I went out there and drove around, I would respectfully disagree that they're 5 feet, that their side yards are only 5 feet away from there. Well, and also, and as far as you want to get into character, when you're talking about lots that are 5 times smaller, that have 100% coverage, that have no backyard, that the houses are 5 feet apart from each other, and I don't mean 5-foot side yards. I mean literally they are 5 feet, they're 5 feet apart.
Yeah.
You're not going to find that there. You're not going to find the same size there. You're not going to find that lot coverage there, and you're not going to find that size of lots there. It's a big open area that has trees and everything else, which this won't have. If you were to, I
understand that aspect of what you're saying, but what I'm asking you is if they came in and set 35 feet back from the road, they would disrupt the block pattern. It looks to me that they would disrupt the block pattern because the other houses along Woodward are not set back 35 feet. The houses set back along the east-west street, 18, are set back 35 feet. But along Woodward, they are not.
And that goes back to what I was originally saying. Just because you tear down a house and you want to change the direction it's facing, the 35 foot to keep the block pattern is that the house has to continually be facing 18th Street. To sit there and say, I tore down a house. When they wrote this frontage was fronting 18th Street. And when you come in and you tear down a house, to then sit there and say, okay, I tore it down, and I don't have to comply with the 35 foot on the other lots because I'm sorry, but it's really a nonsensical argument. I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm trying to figure out how to communicate it to you.
Don't tell the people in the Cottage District that. Because if
I'm not dealing with...
I know, but I'm just making the point that for a lot of people, it's the visual perception of the block pattern.
I understand that, but this was said, you wouldn't be having this discussion if you were fulfilling what the UCD had tried to say, as platted. That doesn't mean as you platted in the future. It's as it's currently platted. If you're just going to say as it's platted in the future, there's no reason to have that language. So if you're going to do it as platted, then the 35 feet fits. Nothing's going to comply with the UCD and the setbacks and the pattern because they're totally breaking the pattern when they're taking the houses and flipping them facing the other way. Also, he brought up the houses across the street. Those houses are there. I pulled up the assessor's site, and those houses were built prior to this UCB being done. So they're not something that really should be used in this discussion. The other houses that they've thrown out there, I don't know. I did not drive through the neighborhood.
I have to take issue with that. You say they shouldn't be considered. The UCD was not created at the time the plat was filed. It was created much later. And these other setbacks and other orientations did exist at that time. That they chose to ignore that when they adopted language that said as platted, and so we're not going to talk about things that don't comply. That's really not the same thing as saying they don't matter or they shouldn't be considered.
You're going to have to go, because what I'm saying is they are not an exception to the UCD because they were already in place before the UCD got there. So what I'm saying...
My point is that they accepted them, in a sense, by leaving them out, choosing to leave them out of the language of the UCD, by referring back to as platted instead of as it exists. I mean, they were already there, they were already in place.
Okay, and
so
if the language was as it exists, what would the it be?
Whatever you're talking about, the setbacks or the lot coverage.
Oh, yes, but I mean, that's my point. I mean, there's nothing, it's very hard to draft something, I mean, you're an attorney, you're aware, it's very hard to draft something that years later can't be construed to mean whatever somebody wants it to mean. So when it was platted, it was frontal facing, it is very difficult to come up with language that would take into account, guess theoretically you could go through and list every house that was not in compliance with it and say, but for these addresses. But I've never seen an ordinance do that.
I don't think it would require that. I mean, I think, that we're sort of beating a dead horse here. I think we all recognize that the regulations with respect to setback and spacing and so forth are being varied by the proposed SPUD. We get that.
Right.
You're saying you don't think they should be?
Well, what I'm saying is, my question is, what is the SPUD? Because, SPUDs are for flexibility. SPUDs are for, the main thing is flexibility and enhancement and giving something back and, additional open areas. I mean, it's 100% lot coverage. You definitely don't have, I would say it's an abuse of the SPUD ordinance. I'm just definitely would not stand here and argue that, there are other SPUDs out there. I acknowledge that. But I think it's an abuse of the SPUD ordinance to gut 7 times it's, a 35 setback becomes a 5-foot setback. A 15 becomes a 0. Parking requirements are only supposed to be reduced by 25%. If they're reduced at all, they're reduced by 50.
If I may, I agree with your concept, but to an extent, the SPUD, I think we'll agree, is to allow some flexibility. If we were using that SPUD to have it less than 35 feet up on 18th Street, if we were trying to have it closer than 35 feet on 18th Street, we were trying to use it to have it not that farthest north building not facing north. If we were pushing the absolute boundaries as you are implying, like it's just a complete ignoring of it, then that would be one thing. But the SPUD allowing the flexibility to, these houses, these units that are off of 18th Street, to maybe, to line up. I'm not quite following all the lines over there, but they're lining up on the east side. It is allowing flexibility. If it was violating every single bit of this, then I understand. But
well, okay, but there's no backyard, which is a violation. Okay. The side yard is.
You can number them, right? But the numbers that are not violating it is that unit on the north side is going to face north, right?
So 1 out of 3.
The one that is touching the north side, the 18th Street.
Okay, and then what about the square footage of the lots?
Wait, to your point of just 1 out of 3, okay, so if the 2 units on the south were facing north, but the northernmost one was facing east, that would be better because it's 2 out of 3? I mean, it's the one on 18th Street that matters the most, that it face north, correct? So we're not allowing,
No.
if we approve this, we're not allowing that one to be facing east. So there is a balance there. As you've said, there's some flexibility. There's a balance where...
I think you're really missing the neighborhood concern if you think their only concern is a 35-foot front yard.
I'd say that's the other one. It's that it's 35 foot off. It's that it's facing north. That's two. I think the applicant was back over. They could
Okay, but that's
some other accommodations.
One house out of 3 homes.
Correct.
Checks the box for a front yard. Its side yard's not correct. Its parking's not correct. Its backyard's not correct.
But its
front yard is.
Okay, I think we've had enough discussion on this point. I think it's very clear what they're requesting. You don't agree with it, we get that. To the point about setbacks, I will say that when we have done these kinds of infill development in the past, where there are units facing one direction and generally the ones in the back facing another direction, the principal concern of both the commission and I think the staff has been a sort of line of sight. And in fact, am I correct in this case that the front yard setback along 18th was varied a little bit in response to the concerns raised by the neighbors?
Yes.
Because it was not true to the footage, it was more a line of sight issue.
Correct.
And I think that's true with respect both to standing on 18th Street and looking down the block and also standing on Woodward and looking down the block. That side yard setback doesn't meet the requirements of the code, clearly. That's the point of the SPUD. But when you stand there and look at it, it doesn't either jump out nor does it recede. When you stand and look down the block at the buildings, it maintains a line of sight. And that's generally how we have approached those kinds of infill developments previously. Mr. Milner.
John Milner, 3408 Northwest 19th Street. I am currently president of Linwood Place Neighborhood Association, and just to be clear, if you're a resident of Linwood, would you just wave your hand or stand up? Let's just see how many. Oh, look, we've got signs. I also want to add that I live in the 300-foot radius of this development. On behalf of the steering committee, which, as I understand, we get to make comments on these developments, we have voted to oppose SPUD 1140. On behalf of the residents, who you might have noticed we gave you a small packet of about 100 pages, representing those residents and the 350-plus signatures we got in opposition, I'm standing before you representing them in opposition to SPUD 1140. I know you guys are tired. The few things I do want to add about this is I have been a neighborhood advocate for 10 years. I always feel like sometimes I miss a meeting and then I end up on a board, or then you become the neighborhood president. I have also been a board member of Neighborhood Alliance of Central Oklahoma for 7 years. And the neighborhood I moved out of, maybe you guys are familiar with, it's Meadowbrook Acres, and that is the little neighborhood that is kind of got ate up by Chesapeake Energy when they were building the Classen Curve and fought through it. So my history of working with SPUDs and seeing some of the extreme situations, I've lived them over in Meadowbrook Acres. One of the things I want to say, and I really want to touch on, is we're talking about this UCD, and we're talking about this, let's just call it a partnership that was started in 1980 when residents that came before us, and let's change it from residents to stewards. We are stewards of Linwood Place Neighborhood Association. We live there, but we are caretakers of this neighborhood that in 1980 residents in the city got together and said, you know what, this area from Grand Boulevard to Drexel, 23rd to 16th Street, and I'll tell you the count too, it's 485 addresses, and I know that because I hand sorted our paper newsletter Sunday evening, so I know how many we have in there. The city said this is worth preserving, as it is. I know we have some outliers in there. We have some duplexes. We have the property to the south. Those were grandfathered in, but that is not the consistent nature of the neighborhood, which if you look, majority of those homes are facing, just as they were platted and just as the UCD describes, houses will face north and south on east to west streets. But let's go back to this. When we fought for it, the volunteers that came before us fought for this in 1980. You get this partnership, and the compromise that we have with the city is you think this area is worth preserving. Hundreds of volunteers are going to pour hundreds of hours that these people have given, and we'll preserve this neighborhood, and that's a pretty good compromise. It's this work that we've done in this neighborhood that does make it a desirable place. It's a charming neighborhood. It's a wonderful neighborhood to live in. And when you look at this and you think, well, we have this partnership, and I appreciate, Commissioner Powell, what you say, we're talking about this UCD, and can it be changed? Does the city council, does your body have the ability to change that? I don't know the law. I'm not a land attorney. I don't know. I'm just a neighbor. I'm just a volunteer. But if it's going to come down to it, that these are the ways that we're going to go by changing these, then what am I doing? What are these residents doing? What are the volunteers doing? If we have to go on the defense for our UCD, and we don't get to be part of the conversation of one day you guys decide, well, we just think we're going to change things a little bit and we don't know about that UCD anymore. Well, let us come to the table. But we have to be on the defense and spend thousands of dollars defending this for what we believe in. And it's not a small group. It's something 350 residents. And we probably almost have over 50% of the landowners in the 300-foot radius that oppose it. I know, Commissioner Powers, I respect what you said about we're here to decide about the land and the usage of it. I understand that. But I respectfully disagree. If that was the case, then these would be closed hearings and the residents would be able to come. There's an emotional aspect to this, and there is a part in these neighborhoods, especially the UCDs, and I'll go as far as to say historic preservation too, that we feel like we've been in this partnership with the city. And if you're not going to go there and back it up, when we come in and we say, we're telling you, all of these residents are telling you, we don't support this, then it's kind of kicking the pants. What are we doing? We would just like to know where we're going with this and not have to go on the defense with these items. Have a better conversation with us. And maybe it is a larger conversation that has to take place in this city about how we're going to treat these overlay districts. But let's have that conversation and not pick these properties off one-on-one. Because let me tell you something. Just like Meadowbrook Acres, that little homes were torn down, development. You have all kinds of development in that neighborhood. Granted, it's not a UCD. But when we talk about the precedent being set and we go, well, just because that one is, no, that won't happen. No, guys, I lived in Meadowbrook Acres. One property came down, another, then you got 4 houses going up, drive through Meadowbrook Acres. They are pushing the extremes in that neighborhood right now. So the exception and the precedent does happen, and it will happen. That's all I have to say. Two more of my neighbors, I believe, are going to speak. Next up is going to be Travis Roach. Please vote for denial. Thank you.
Hold on just a minute, Don. Please don't do that. I think maybe we have some questions for you.
I do. I just have two.
Oh, questions make me nervous. Okay.
Two short questions. Your steering committee vote, was it unanimous?
Yes.
How many people are on that steering committee?
13.
Okay. And then if someone came in with an application in Linwood for a single structure that aligned itself with all these setbacks and requirements and lot coverages and all that, but it was going to be a duplex or a triplex or a quadplex, what do you, what is your opinion as the Linwood president that the perception of the neighborhood, would they be against that? Would they be for that? Would they be, help me there.
I'm going to answer that by saying we would take it case by case and we would take it to the neighborhood and discuss it with them. I have no power as an individual and as president to make that decision, but we would treat it as a public input deal too and have a meeting and sit down with them. And with our steering committee or board as well.
On a personal level, would you be opposed to it?
I'm not even looking at anything in writing, so I'm not going to answer that.
I'm just curious. I'm just trying to get to the heart of what, to me, is the issue that I'm really grappling with, which is we've got this issue of, as a planning commission, and we'll talk about this in our comments, but the comprehensive plan, which you guys have heard a lot about as long as you've been sitting here with us. and its preference for infill and the fact that this is a urban medium density development area designation-wise, and the desire for the city to prevent sprawl, and the role of these sort of inner suburban neighborhoods and that. So I'm just trying to get a feel for how Linwood sees itself. Is it just that if it's not single family north and south with this criteria, we're going to oppose it? I just want to know that so that I can put that in my head.
I think the idea and the point I'm making is until we sit down as a board and say, without considering any development, and we say, you know what, 0.1 or 0.2, or let's just take the 35-foot setback. Let's say without a development on the table, if we were to sit down and say, you know what, this is a little antiquated, maybe we want to go, maybe it just needs to be 20 feet. If we sat down and had that discussion, notwithstanding with any development that was coming forward, I think that's how you make a recommendation to you or to city council that, you know what, we think it's antiquated and we think we need to change this. But the deal that we're in right now and the way it's set up is we're on the defense of the items that come in, and we have to think on our feet and work with it and say, well, this doesn't go because we haven't elected to change it as of now. My thing is if it's when it was fought for and the designation was given by the city, unless we go back to the city and say, listen, I think there's some things in here we'd like to change, that's when we'll address it. That's when we'll work with it. But if it's going to come in popcorn development and this one and this one and this one, I can't answer that question. I have nothing in writing. I don't know what we're looking at.
I understand. That's fair. I was just looking for an opinion about it because to me as a resident, I just wanted to hear you and others' thoughts on that issue.
Sure.
So I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Can I ask, Don, has your steering committee been consistently operative for how long?
Yes. Yeah, and I mean, before I was born, so
What does it do?
it's older than me.
What does it do when it's not considering rezoning requests?
Well, we maintain the neighborhood. We do our social events. We've got our big annual fundraiser, the Historic Home Tour, October 20th, Sunday. Everybody buy a ticket.
So is your steering committee basically your board?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Neighborhood patrol, beautification, communications. Yeah. I didn't hear about what she said. I'm sure it was right. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any other questions?
I have one still. Is it the neighbor's issue? Is it really an issue on the northward facing or not? I hear that raised. If it's not really an issue, because I feel like it may be disingenuous, and if it is, I'm going to have to address why I think that one at least needs to be taken off the table. Is the fact that the language says they're supposed to be northward facing, is that an issue with your group that they're not all three northward facing? That's not an issue.
Excuse me, we're going to do this one at a time.
Is that part of the, because it's absurd to think all three, if we were to approve 3 units, you don't want all 3 facing north, correct?
Yeah, but you're asking me to ask the question in the reverse. We wouldn't have a problem with anything that aligns in all 3 aspects to that UCD. And if that was it, then you estimate the house that faces 18th Street, there's 3 houses in their proposal. The house that faces 18th Street has the 35-foot setback. In my understanding, what's been told, that one adheres.
It faces north, right. Is
Right.
it an issue that the other 2 don't face north?
Oh, yes, yeah.
You'd rather them face north?
Well, I'd rather them not be there.
I'm aware. But if we're to approve more density, which I generally get the sense it's not as much me, but some of the commissioners prefer more density, I don't follow all that. We're going to have 3. The one that is actually located on 18th Street, the point of this conservation district was that unit faced north. If you're going to have more than one, that's the one that needs to face the north.
Well, I don't think it's outlining anywhere in there that you're asking the question in the conservation that this one would face north. The way I'm understanding it and the way it should read is there's no precedent in there set for going in there and doing what they're doing. So you would just have a single house on the 2 25-foot lots.
Yeah, I think not to put words in their mouths, but it's very clear that the implication is that if the terms of the UCD are complied with, this development would not be possible in any configuration. There would be one house on these two lots, just like there used to be.
Yeah, and that would comply with the UCD. I mean, I see what you're saying. Yes, the two houses below facing Woodward are an issue, but if you were laying it out saying, let's do a development along to the UCD, those houses wouldn't be there. It would be rebuilt as a single-family dwelling, you know. So, any other questions?
Anybody else? Thank you.
Travis?
So I have also, Travis Roach?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Dr. Travis Roach. I am an assistant professor at the University of Central Oklahoma, and I also happen to live in this neighborhood. I live at 3308 Northwest 21st Street. When this problem came to us as a neighborhood, I wanted to approach this like I do any other problem I see. And I should mention my job at UCO is as an applied microeconomist. So I went to the research. I wanted to see what the economic literature had to mention about historic homes and the effects that they have on neighborhoods. And I came across what I would call a stylized fact. Something that probably you're used to seeing is that historic neighborhoods preserve their home value and are typically sold at a higher amount. It's kind of an amenity value. But one thing I wanted to bring up to you that I think that's very interesting, not only in our own case, but the case that's later on in the docket here, is the value of a historic neighborhood outside of that historic neighborhood. It's the fact that there's spillover effects. It's the fact that capital inflow comes in at the boundaries of these neighborhoods. So these well-maintained neighborhoods are able to attract people who would like to live near it. And this showed up in 2 or 3 different peer-reviewed pieces of research, like I mentioned, but then as I was learning about our case specifically, I could think of no better example than the one that is being developed at 28th and McKinley. You'll notice that there are other development that matches exactly in the characteristic or the architecture that they've used is next to Crown Heights and next in Putnam. They have done exactly what the research has said, is that they've positioned themselves next to these historic neighborhoods. So to me, the UCD and the historic preservation, not only is it important for the neighborhood itself, but it meets the goals of the Oklahoma City Planning Commission in promoting urban infill. Without preserving these neighborhoods, you don't see this capital inflow into the areas that may need it. I want to mention a couple other things, to some points that you brought up, Commissioner Cravens. Yes, the house that they're mentioning, 17th, just south of this development, is an outlier. If they had any other better version or example to give you, I'm sure they would have, but they weren't able to. And beauty is subjective, I understand that. But on the question of whether or not this matches in architectural value, I have no complaint. I think 1 out of the 3 do. But we can look at their prior developments and where they've put them in. They've obviously, they're half-built at this point. I can't imagine that they put the Linwood historical neighborhood into their mindset and the architecture and the planning on these pre-done, pre-platted, and pre-put-up houses. And then to one other point that Commissioner Powers brought up is that the covenant effect, is this a covenant? And here's where I'll go away from the research and speak to my own personal taste for a home, is that my wife and I chose this neighborhood exactly for that covenant. We, in our minds, were purchasing a home in a historic neighborhood, one that was protected by a UCD. That was a major part of our decision process. So to me, not only personally is it important, but then also just as an economics researcher looking into what this can provide to our city is infill development at the boundaries of these communities. What we're discussing is 2 versus 3 houses. We're talking about urban infill of one home that's in the mid-$200,000. I don't think that necessarily hits the goals that many of the city councilors and you yourselves have. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to take your questions.
Sorry to jump in so much, I usually don't, but what did you mean by 2 instead of 3?
So the 2 houses that are facing Woodward that are behind 18th, the ones that do not, I would say that they don't match historic character. Again, that's to me subjective. Maybe I don't think so because I live in a historic neighborhood. But I can think we can take as evidence that they've already built extremely similar homes in other neighborhoods already as evidence that they didn't take into the characteristic nature of our neighborhood in designing those homes.
Okay, and where are you implying, is there less objection if this was 2 buildings instead of 3? I couldn't tell.
I don't want to
that's what you were
speak to the
saying.
neighborhood for that. I think legally, we can't fight that, right? If it's platted for 2, then I'm not sure that we can.
But if they were applying for 2 instead of 3, it does seem, all the points made earlier from protesters, that they're really small, they're close together. If there were 2 instead of 3, is that?
My issue is with the SPUD being granted at all. This pokes a hole in the Urban Conservation District. It sets a precedent. They mentioned the precedent at 21st and Blackwelder with I believe it's an apartment complex that was built. As soon as this might be granted, this would be used as precedent in any future historic preservation or UCD case. And the evidence, the research that we've seen, that I've seen, is that harms not only that neighborhood, but the surrounding neighborhoods.
I'll ask you the same question I asked Mr. Milner. If this were an application that complied with the UCD, but it was a rezoning application to put in a duplex or a triplex, would you personally be opposed to it?
So personally, not speaking for the neighborhood, absolutely not. I see these quadplexes that are to our south. I see that along 12th Street, we have quadplexes there. They match in a historic nature. It still allows for trees and plants and wildlife to be supported in this neighborhood. So personally, no, we have many duplexes in our neighborhood. I live across the street, well, catty corner to a duplex, absolutely no problem. We're a pro-social neighborhood. We're a neighborhood that still voted to increase our property taxes even when our own school was closed down. So appreciate it.
Anybody else have any questions, Mr. Roach? Lisa McConnell.
Hi, my name is Lisa McConnell, and I live at 3240 Northwest 19th. I'm going to step back because I talk loud anyway, and I really don't need a microphone. First of all, I'll be brief. I appreciate your time and energy so far. There are a few things that I really would like to address. The first is the word exclusionary. It was used to describe the UCD, and in 1980, when this was enacted, that was not the purpose. The purpose, it was designed to stop potential profit grabbing from developments, particularly high infill and high density, for the homes and properties that were discussed, the very homes and properties that were discussed on Woodward that are less than 5 feet. Those were the very properties that they tried to stop. So for you to bring those up as an example of precedence, it was those properties that they fought against to create the UCD in 1980. And that's why they were grandfathered in, because they were not original. They were not part of the original properties. They were done later on with money-grubbing, profit-grabbing developers who came in and did multi-dwellings. The development itself, the neighborhood itself, is primarily single-home family homes. But there are duplexes. There are examples. And they're very well done. They meet the UCD in terms of setback and positioning on the property. The homes throughout our neighborhood cross all socioeconomic lines. We've got large homes, small homes, duplexes. We have all age, race, gender, education, and occupation levels. The only common factor throughout our neighborhood is the desire to keep the large setbacks, the green space, and the trees, which these codes help protect. Mr. Bucks made a comment earlier from one of the petitions, I think it was on the Wilshire, that said the average urban lots of 6,000 to 10,000 square feet are common. And he used this as an example to justify his argument for going to half-acre lots. I find that very interesting because the petition before you is for a property of 6,000 plus feet that they plan to put 3 homes on, equaling little more than 1,600 feet per lot. And that's very unreasonable. If you read our personalized, individualized letters from our neighborhood, that did not come from a form letter. They were handwritten and thoughtful. 32 of them show that we are not opposed to development. It is not the development that's the issue. It's the fact that they do not meet the basic codes that define our neighborhood. Standing at one end of the street and being able to look down the street and see your kids ride their bikes. It sounds like a little thing, but it is exactly the reason why we want to live there. It is exactly the reason why they want to develop here. It is a charming neighborhood. And it's not the development that's the problem. It's cramming 3 homes on one basic, normal-sized property. That's the problem. The final thing that has not been discussed in anyone's comments, and I think it's vitally important that it's brought up now, is the fact that in the middle of this proposed development is a school zone. It's a school zone. A school zone that is now going to have 3 homes shoved in there, facing woodward. You've got greater traffic, you've got higher pedestrian, you've got higher bike, and according to the Governor's Highway Safety Association, of all of our roads, neighborhood streets have the highest accident rate. And these accidents involve a substantially higher percentage of pedestrians and cyclists when compared to those occurring on other roads. 6,227 pedestrians were killed last year. The problem with this development is there's a blocked corner because of the 5-foot setback. It's not a big deal elsewhere. Yes, it is. But in this particular instance, it stops the visibility, or it decreases the visibility. You've also got, Woodward is a major thoroughfare for parents dropping off their kids and picking them up from school because there's only one, because the school is not closed, okay? Taft Middle School is there, and they're still dropping off. The proposed rezoning would allow the homes to be built substantially close to the street because there's only one garage. You're going to have more traffic on the street, and that is going to influence the ability for parents to drop off and pick up their children. So, with that said, Oklahoma City has an average of 1.82 cars per household. Where's the other car going to go? So that's what my concerns are. It's not development. It's this development on this property. That's my concern. That's all I have to say.
Do you have any questions of Ms. McConnell?
Where do you stand on the duplex, triplex, quadplex issue?
We have duplexes in our neighborhood already. So personally, not speaking for the neighborhood, but personally, I don't have as big a problem. At the public meeting that was mentioned, 2 homes were brought up and completely ignored. More than one neighbor tried to bring this issue up, and it was ignored and moved on. And why 3 homes? Why? Why? It didn't even, so personally, we already have duplexes. It would depend on how it was presented. It would depend on how it was developed. How it was, the proposal. It would depend on if it met the UCD codes that are in place. There's so many factors, but that would be at least a discussion, some sort of compromise, which was never given.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you. Please vote no.
Thank you. Commissioner Cravens, I wanted to share with you a comment from a neighbor who wanted to remain anonymous, but she wrote to me that Linwood Place has some excellent examples of higher density without compromised compatibility. Corner properties with a second house at the rear of the lot, facing the side street, garage apartments, and 1- and 2-story duplexes are common and compatible. 100% lot coverage and minimal setbacks will disrupt the openness that is an important and visual characteristic of the neighborhood. So I just wanted to share that with you. And I think we're kind of back where we started with this. UCDs are kind of an interesting animal. They were designed to be very narrowly tailored. They were specific to the neighborhood that they overlaid. A little bit unlike the HP districts. Some of them are a little different than the others, it's true. But generally speaking, they have a fairly uniform set of guidelines and regulations. The UCDs, as they were originally conceived, were very narrowly tailored. They were almost always initiated in response to a particular perceived problem or issue. With Gatewood, it was the encroachment of commercial properties around its boundaries and borders. That was the big problem. And so the specific provisions of the UCD and the area overlays are very tightly related. And in some ways, that has made them difficult to administer and enforce. And it's one of the reasons why there haven't been any lately, I think. It's been a while since we've done a UCD because in some ways they're a bit cumbersome and problematic. But I think, we're back to where we started with this. The question I think we have to decide is not whether this is legal, whether it's permitted. We have an opinion from our municipal council about that. It's how much weight we believe is appropriate to give to the provisions of the UCD itself, how much of a covenant or compact, we view that to be, and how that measures up against other and more recent acknowledging considerations such as the importance of infill development, particularly as a way to combat sprawl and so on. And the question of whether, infill development is only appropriate in areas where, there's blight or, there's an existing vacant lot that, hasn't been redeveloped in a long time, or some other reason to believe that in this particular place this is necessary. I'm not offering an opinion about that myself. I'm just saying, I think those are the questions, and that's what we have to grapple with. I will offer an opinion about that. I come down somewhere in between that. Nothing is forever. We sit here week after week, and we see people who, are very much attached to the zoning that they have and that surrounds them, resistant to change. But there are things that change. The need for infill development in the city of Oklahoma City, I think, is one of those changes. So somebody wrote in their letter, Mr. McConnell, if you don't mind me calling you out, if the Planning Commission simply believes that UCDs are an unnecessary, antiquated, bureaucratic albatross, blocking a self-acknowledged, self-assured, proactive commission hell-bent on implementing a full speed-ahead agenda of infill and density to all, then you fail to truly understand, respect, and appreciate and preserve the urban oasis concept of the original developers of Linwood. And I don't think that UCDs are unnecessary, antiquated, bureaucratic albatrosses. But I don't think that they are carved in stone any more, maybe a little bit more than other kinds of zoning, but not forever. I have to say that. I think there are other considerations that they have to be weighed against. The question is where that balance falls. And so I would like to hear from the other commissioners on that subject or about their views of this application generally. And then I think we need to vote. It's 5:30.
Okay. I'll go first. So in the documents the applicant's council handed out on the second page, purpose of an urban conservation district, items A through F. I won't read all of these in their entirety, but I'll highlight a couple. Maintain neighborhood character and integrity by focusing special attention on the maintenance of the physical environment, enhancement of the physical environment, social and economic resources, and the accommodation of desirable change. To promote the efficient use of urban lands, including the encouragement of compatible infill and development on vacant and passed-over parcels. And the last one, to foster harmonious, orderly, and efficient growth. So those are a few things that stood out to me. And then if I go to what's labeled as Exhibit B, and it's Linwood Place Urban Conservation District, specifically the purpose and intent of the Linwood Place Urban Conservation District is intended to promote the health, safety, economic, cultural, and general welfare of the public by encouraging the conservation and enhancement of the urban environment, specifically in the area of Oklahoma City known as Linwood Place. So if I look at the application, I do not see anything that goes against any of those principles.
When I first saw this case, it seemed like a Board of Adjustment case to me. And at the same time, I thought that if it did come to the Board of Adjustment, we'd probably laugh them out of the room for this, because it's quite a bit of a variance if you look at it that way. 3 houses on one tiny lot, it just would never happen. The development, it looks, I mean, like Scott says, pictures, the pictures look great. It seems excessive to me. I think 2 houses would be a good thing, but, I'm sitting up here and listening to everybody. I'm kind of going the other way now. So.
And to the neighborhood president, I missed a meeting too, and I'm the president of my neighborhood association for us, so I feel your pain. And to all the people who I don't want to arm wrestle because you've had those signs up in the air for like an hour now. But I tend to agree with Nate to some degree in that the instructions we're given here on what the Urban Conservation District is supposed to do, I understand your concerns about the density of the houses on the property, but you're encouraging compatible infill development on overlooked and vacant lands, efficient growth, promote reinvestment in the, I don't think these are going to be $20,000 hovels. See some economic development potential there, so I would be inclined to support this application.
Sorry, to alter the conservation district, I think it's okay to alter it, but whether it goes too far. So cramming 3 into 1, as the phrase was, is a question. So I'm sure David's going to respond to a lot of things, but that's my concern, is whether cramming 3 into 1 changes the character and integrity of the neighborhood too much.
May I respond briefly just to that? My client's willing to go to 2 rather than 3. The issue with it, though, is we must maintain the second will certainly face woodward, and therefore we won't have a 35-foot front yard setback. So we're willing to do 2 rather than the 3, but it must, I think, frankly, for the visualization of the neighborhood, maintain the setback we propose.
And if I may, I didn't earlier when I was trying to clarify some of those thoughts, I assumed that north-facing was a little disingenuous when they're talking about if there's more than one unit. I would think if there's going to be more than one, you don't want them all facing north. You want the ones that are off of 18th Street facing the east. And then what I don't quite understand, but I think David's addressing, is if there's two, if the line of sight, all these things, maybe the setback is not what is in the conservation district, but you may not want that. You may want it actually line of sight, lined up, whatever it is. So if I'm following it, it sounds like potentially some compromise. That wasn't necessarily where I was going, but it sounds like you're open to it. They mentioned that that wasn't discussed much before this meeting, but I start to get more comfortable in between the two different parties if there's two units instead of three.
And we're fine with that at the setback. And what you would see through this exhibit is countless examples of the mid-block. And when you have a mid-block home facing the north-south streets in Linwood, it maintains that side yard setback, not the 35 feet front yard, because these lots are 50 foot wide. So you couldn't set it back 35 feet, but we're fine to reduce it to 2.
And are you still willing to do a specific plan?
Absolutely.
And commit to architectural that's compatible with the surrounding area?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a little bothered that we're altering it. I mean, we're not getting a chance, and nor candidly do I want to go through the exercise of going back through and listening to all these people that are holding up signs as to whether or not that would change their opinion of the application. If that's the case, then we need another application or something. I don't like the idea at this point of changing an application from 3 to 2, and that's where all of a sudden that changes our viewpoint. I'm bothered by that. Is anybody else bothered by that?
That happens every Thursday.
No, and I got 3 heads yes. So.
Well, that happens every Thursday.
Well, I understand.
From the horseshoe or from the podium.
I get it, but the argument was never if they would do 2, we would be okay with it. The argument was they're not adhering to the UCD. They're not adhering to the setback requirements. They've been consistent in their protest, and that doesn't change their argument. So to alter it doesn't appease their objection.
I don't disagree. I mean, so if the idea is, I'm trying to appease 2 specific concerns that were raised about the idea that we're cramming 3 onto what was 1. I'm not suggesting that that's going to appease them.
Do I get to talk?
Yeah, if I may, real quick, though, Scott.
I'm sorry, were you finished?
Scott finished? I was done, but no, on Scott's comment just then, and it doesn't bother me as much, Scott. I would hate that we spent this much time, but if this was a less amount of time and less strong opinions about this, I think very often we would encourage cooperation, and if the 2 could get together and, in a normal situation, that's always a big positive. It feels odd at this point, but I think there is a chance that their strong ground on the UCD is, although it was expressed over and over, I thought it was somewhat disingenuous to want everything facing to the north. I think they meant if there's a unit on 18th, it should face the north, all that. So I think they might start to give a little bit on the strict application of the UCD if it starts to pull back. Otherwise, maybe this gets approved and it goes to the council and get it completely opposite of what...
Can I be heard on this?
Yep.
Sure.
David and I went over this morning.
I'm sorry?
David Box and I talked about that this morning before we came here because we had a staff recommendation that said remove one of the houses. So David and I started talking. David wants to know, well, can you live with 2? And my response was, I can if it complies with the UCD standards, yes. But, even if we varied those, I still have to get the approval of all these folks, So what David and I talked about was, well, should we continue it until we can run it by the neighborhood? My own recommendation will be we can live with 2 if it's properly designed. We're not hung up, Commissioner, on those other homes facing north. There's a lot of different configurations here that are possible. I'll give you one example, and Dave and I haven't talked about this, but we might. Suppose we did it in the old-fashioned style of one home facing woodward with the appropriate frontage, the appropriate setback, and behind that, a garage apartment, servants' quarters with a garage downstairs, living quarters up top, much as there's some of those in this neighborhood, certainly in my neighborhood and Heritage Hills. There's lots of them. There may be a way to do that, and they could ultimately end up being deeded to two different parties. There's that possibility and other possibilities. You know, what we're trying to avoid, I mean, we'll deal, Commissioner. What we're trying to avoid is decimating this ordinance. You know, we're trying to avoid a precedent that will be used against us in the future. Now, you know, we've got a legal opinion that said SPUDs can vary UCDs. Well, okay. You know, then it becomes, I think Commissioner Powers pointed out, to what extent, in what context. So we're willing to, if the applicant will accept TE number 2, then, which he hasn't so far, then we have something to talk about.
We accept both TEs.
Including the maximum lot coverage of 50% piece?
Well, depending on how the lots are drafted, I think that it would work now if it's only 2 lots. Can we do 50% lot coverage? Yes.
2
units.
So we can do 50% lot coverage. We then meet the 50-foot width, but we don't have 35-foot front yard setback. But we can say now we agree to both TEs because the TEs are accepted as modified.
Well,
but the problem is it's 50 feet. And so when I ran this by Eric, he said, if you meet the 35 feet. You can't meet the 35 feet off of Woodward because that leaves 15 feet and then you're on the property line. It is impossible.
What is that lot line on Woodward? Is it 20 feet or?
It's like 21 feet from curb to our front of house. It's an extraordinary wide right-of-way through there.
You know, I don't want to negotiate the design and take the commission's time up doing it. It's possible to find a compromise. Just, you know, David and I started in on it this morning. But whatever the deal might be, my clients have to approve it. So a little time is necessary to convene and say, because they're going to want to know, why are you agreeing to this? And I may say, because it's the best deal I can get. And, you know, I'm interested in mitigating damage to the district ordinance and to the neighborhood. So, you know, we'll haggle so long as I have the authority to do it. I mean, David and I have settled more cases than we've tried.
Commissioner Cravens, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Not if it's going to be continued. I mean, I think at this point it's not really necessary.
I'm not asking for a continuance necessarily.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that. So if you have something else you'd like to add?
Well, I guess what I'll say is, in looking at this, to me the real issue, and I thought about this all day with this particular case, is the city's desire and its need financially to combat sprawl. And one of the things that the city did in its drafting of the comprehensive plan that I have deep admiration for is that they were trying to designate areas where the infrastructure exists, where density could be increased in a manner that is respectful of its resources. And this area falls into a place where density and the desire to push density upward exists. And that's why I asked the neighbors about their perception of density in terms of if this structure was compatible with all of the block pattern and the look and the sight lines that Commissioner Powers talked about, so on and so forth, would they be opposed to it? And their answer was no, and I think that's a good one, because for me, just so you guys know where I stand on it, I don't support the application as it sits today. And I don't support it because I think while I get very, as just an individual base, I get very irritated with the amount of design work that we get into in here. When we start talking about how something should look or feel or whatever, that doesn't do anything for me as a planning commissioner, because I don't think that's my job. What I will say is that I think the UCD, that's what it serves. It serves as essentially a warning sign to the Planning Commission to look at this a bit more carefully. And I think Mr. Milner did a great job of articulating why that is. And under normal circumstances, I wouldn't care what the builder wanted to build or what it should look like. As long as it complies with the ordinances, it should be fine. Here, I think it deserves a higher level of protection, and I really think that's what the UCD was designed to provide. Yep. And so I think having a specific plan probably makes a whole lot of sense to ensure that the integrity of the compatibility of this area is preserved. I think it is different in that regard, and I think I can say that and still be objective, which is my main focus as a commissioner. So my issue with it is that it is not compatible with what I read and how I interpret these residential development guidelines. I'm bothered by, I think, and I'm not faulting the drafter, but I think when you prepare things like this, you never anticipate well, I know what we'll do. We'll come in and we'll carve one lot into three, or two lots into three, and that's how we'll get around it, because we'll make a north-south lot, an east-west lot, right? And I'm bothered by that. So I can't support the application in its current configuration. I think what I would say, though, is that as a matter of principle, in this area, any other UCD or any other neighborhood, if it's designated we have an obligation, and we've been given a task, which is to find areas where it's appropriate to increase density. I think we have that obligation for the city, and if this application did all that, but it was a quadplex, I would be in support of it. If it were a triplex, I'd be in support of it. And I think the neighbors have pointed out that these things exist, and I think it's probably likely that more will come forward. So, it's challenging, and it's hard to weigh and balance these things carefully, so I just have to do my best to be objective, and I think objectively looking at it, that's the best way to do it. Density has to come somewhere, and this area has been designated for that, but this one probably isn't right as it sits, at least in my eyes. So I don't support it.
Okay. I'm just going to say, I hear Michael Hensley's voice in my head saying we've spent enough time on this matter. We have spent a long time talking about this today, and I don't mean to suggest by that it's not warranted. It is. I read every single letter I received, and there's a boatload of them. I think that the neighbors have very valid concerns. Personally, those concerns would be addressed for me by them meeting the TEs, by reducing the number of units to 2, by requiring a specific plan, and requiring that the design of the properties meet the architectural character of the neighborhood. I am not at all bothered by the idea of doing that right now, and I think that we ought to approve this and send it on to council. And in the meantime, whatever discussion and negotiation needs to occur can happen. The one thing I would say to you about our role here versus council is that we really are tasked with looking at the plan and the requirements of the zoning code and applying those to specific pieces of ground. And so the fact that there are as many people involved in this process as they are, I view it as a big plus. But the political aspect of that, the simple fact that X number of people like it or don't like it, is really not the basis on which we make these decisions. So I think somebody ought to make a motion.
I'll make a motion. If I may first, real quick, though, to comment that the comments and letters from the opposition were very influential, obviously, on the entire panel, I believe, certainly myself. So while this will be a motion for approval, it is not as submitted. The motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. I come all the way around to what Chairman Powers just said. Subject to these 2 technical evaluations, the first one being in accordance with the regulations, except as modified herein, the second TE as stated, and that it be with a specific plan for all the reasons that Chairman Powers has addressed. It may not go as far as the opposition wanted. You may have wanted an absolute denial, and maybe for varying reasons, but I don't need to try to repeat the way Chairman Powers just summarized it, as I do think that is the right balance. So that's my motion for approval.
Friendly amendment on that, just for the sake of the record. I think the specific plan needs to provide that all architectural components and the design of the property will be reviewed at the specific plan stage, just so we have the ability to review all those elements.
Perfectly acceptable. Thank you.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 14, as amended, as indicated, the Ts will be complied with. There'll be a specific plan submitted with full approval given to the Planning Commission for architectural design review. Cast your votes, please.
Thank you.
It's approved. Yeah. We'll take just a 60 seconds or whatever.
Just want to make sure y'all knew this. It's not all bad.
Maybe you'll make me. know. If she's ready to roll. Hey, Heather.
Let's start. Maybe we can get out of here by 6 o'clock. So let's circle back to item number 6. I understand that our applicant has contacted staff. This is also in Commissioner Highsmith's ward. He had issues, as I just assumed he would, with the multiple driveways, and those have all been worked out now. He's okay with the application. And so if we are inclined to take action on this item today, I'm okay with that. So generally, I like our applicants to be in attendance, but...
I'd make a motion to approve it. Does it need a TE on driveways or something then?
No, it's all good. Everything's
Okay, then
fine.
I'll just make a motion for approval then.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve item number 6. Cast your votes, please. And it's approved.
Okay, the final item is ordinance for public hearing and recommendation, amending Chapter 59 concerning the historic designation process.
Some time ago, we have people who want to speak. I'm sorry.
Madam Chairman, Eric Groves. I'm representing Heritage Hills on this. Heritage Hills has had concerns with this amended ordinance, but I have been speaking with Councilman Stonecipher about it. He's part of the group on the council that wants to redo this ordinance. And so on behalf of Heritage Hills, I'm hoping to coordinate with Councilman Stonecipher and with the Municipal Councilor's Office to make some revisions to it. We just think it needs a little greater clarity. We understand what it is that the council wants, and we're not going to contest that. They've made their point clear, and Stonecipher has told me what it is they want. So I just think that the ordinance needs to be a little more expansive and have a little more clarity about how the process is going to work. And so we're going to try to do that now. I asked Councilman Stonecipher, would you mind if we continued this for 4 weeks? And would you tell Commissioner Powers that that's all right? And he said no. I want to get it over with. I want to get it to the council on the 8th of October, so we have that much time to work with the ordinance. Now, Bill Carey's here from Heritage Hills. He may have some remarks he wants to make to you, and there are others, but I wanted you to know that we will be working on it in coordination with Crown Heights and Edgemere to see if we can come up with something everybody can live with.
Did you have something you wanted to say, Mr. Carey?
No, not right now. I'll refer to Brian Davis.
Mr. Davis, did you wish to speak?
Before, Mr. Davis, I'm sorry, before you get up there, I want to make clear, there was a amended version of the ordinance that was submitted to me from legal, and I think someone from legal is here to review that. So I think before we get comments, I think we should let them review the changes that have been made to the proposed ordinance that Councilman Stonecipher sent to me, frankly, this morning. So.
Well, and so before we do that, I'll speak to that issue. Yes, I saw the amended, the proposed amendment to the proposed ordinance at 11 a.m. this morning as well. So when we met at the UCD and talked through the process of Preserve OKC and took action to defer consideration of the proposed ordinance at that time until it could be considered in the context of the larger Preserve OKC process, which is on track and on schedule. And I'm sure you all received your invitations to the joint HP Planning Commission City Council workshop on the 15th of October, which is to discuss that. You know, I thought that the message was clear, but perhaps it was not, that we were advising council, likewise, to wait until they could consider the proposed ordinance in the context of the Preserve OKC structure for making these kinds of decisions. My view about that has not changed. I don't think it's appropriate or even reasonable to expect us to act on yet another amendment to a proposed ordinance that is clearly still in the process of being developed under, you know, a deadline imposed by council. They remain free to do whatever it is that they want to do when next they meet. But I would recommend that what we do is make it clear to City Council, if it was not clear before, that what we are recommending they do is to wait until the Preserve OKC process for making these kinds of decisions is in place, which we are anticipating will be no later than March, as I understand it, and will begin, perhaps, it's already begun because they gave us a workshop on it at our UDC meeting, but will certainly begin with council no later than October the 15th. So that's what I would recommend we do.
Well, I'll interject on that point. So what I would say is if my understanding of our joint meeting is correct and what Preserve OKC is hoping to do is lay out a better framework for maintaining historic structure and how we look at those cases and things of that nature. What this ordinance does and all that it does is it talks about who may initiate a proposal for the designation of a building that is not historic, right, that somebody thinks it ought to be. And here's my simple view. And this is in my view, this is all we're doing here. Is it appropriate for the Historic Preservation Commission, which is a recommending body appointed, or the Planning Commission, which is a recommending body appointed, to be able to initiate an application about a building to designate it historic, and against an owner's will, essentially? And to say that that is appropriate, to me, is, I don't have a nice way to, that's completely ludicrous. That should be a city council drive decision. They're elected to represent people in their ward and stand in front of the voters and make those decisions. That is not something that should be within our purview. It's not something that should be within the Historic Preservation's purview. It should be the city council's purview to make those decisions, particularly in instances where you have a discrepancy with a majority of owners that may not support that. So, in other words, because Scott wants to initiate a proposal, I can bring that here, and if I can get 5 votes, I can initiate something to designate it against a property owner's will. That's not okay. That's not okay. I wasn't elected. I shouldn't have that power. And so I think this is a very straightforward ordinance. I think the changes that were made this morning were designed to eliminate some of the ambiguity associated that were concerns that I may be wrong, but I believe were a result of discussions with people there. And I think, I think our job here is to take it and pass it on to the people who need to hear it anyway, which is the city council.
I disagree strongly with that. You have that power right now, and you have that power because it was given to you by the city council. So if we're going to change that power, I think it needs to be in the context of a larger decision-making process and not simply as I don't want to use the term knee-jerk reaction to a particular incident. I think City Council always has the last word on these things. They always have, and they will continue to do so.
I understand, but punting it as a result of that is not appropriate. We don't have,
Nobody's punting.
We can recommend denial. If you don't want to vote for it, don't vote for it. But the idea that we won't put this ordinance forward and put it in their hands, which is where it belongs, is not the right course of action.
It's already in their hands. They can take whatever action they need or want. My recommendation is that we recommend to them that they wait to take this action till they have a bit more context for the decision that they're making.
All this is asking us to do, if I'm not mistaken, is to send the ordinance on to City Council. Is that correct?
The matter that's before this Planning Commission right now is for you all to make your recommendation. If you do not make a recommendation, I believe the resolution set forth that it will be treated as no recommendation. It will continue on to council.
And so this is an ordinance that you've seen, that I've seen. I saw it at 11 a.m. this morning. You haven't seen.
You've seen it?
So.
Okay.
I have additional copies if I'm allowed to provide those.
That's not my point. It's 6 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon. I don't think it's appropriate for us to entertain this kind of a decision at this midnight hour.
When would we ever not let an applicant circulate an update to something to try to resolve an ambiguity in a document?
I don't think that's what it is.
That's exactly what it is.
I disagree strongly.
Chairman Bowers, I'm often bothered by how late we get information, but it happens so often. I mean, and to Mr. Groves earlier was quite kind by not expressing his frustration with, a last-minute legal opinion. That was just a few hours ago. So we get last-minute information a lot, and so I can't complain too much because it happens all the time. And if it's from a city councilman who's asked us to, I'd like to see it, even though it's after 6 o'clock.
Do we have copies?
I thought she said she did, yeah. Thanks.
So one wonders, one of the changes that is being suggested here is that we're changing Section 7 from a reading that the City Council shall have the authority to do this, to initiate the amendment, to read the Historic Preservation Commission shall have the authority to initiate the amendment. Councilman Stonecipher did not indicate to me, and I can't help but wonder whether anybody has shown this to the HP Commission and asked them their opinion of it, or whether that should be part of the process as we consider this.
So I am not aware of whether or not this has been shared with the HP Commission. I do know that it's been shared with some staff, as well as Mr. Davis and Mr. Groves have received it today for their consideration. The changes that are made are primarily as to paragraph 7 because Councilman Stonecipher felt like that was where the biggest ambiguity or concerns were lying in the discussion that was had at council. And so what this does is it goes back. The item that was on your agenda had for council authority. It removes that statement as to city council, goes back to the original language which states that the Historic Preservation Committee or Commission shall have the authority to effect the amendment or repeal, and includes that same language from section number 3 as to the 50% of property owner approval. And so it's the same provision as provided in section 3.
Questions?
This is the Greenwell amendment, and he is my councilman, so I'm not speaking for him, but we have visited about this, and to me, this boils down to property owner rights.
I agree 100%.
And it also boils down to the liability that the city holds when appointed bodies instead of elected bodies decide to do things that they're, in our purview, but we don't, as a body, need to bring a lawsuit on the city. That's a city council's job. As it boils down to, that's just the city council's decision to make whether or not, and Mr. Stonecipher in the past council meeting said it best. He goes, if we don't do this, then David Box is going to take us to court and we're going to pay out. So,
if I may, my hesitation to now two comments about they're elected and we're not. The power we have is not a final decision, though I recognize that the invoking of the potential designation can cause a negative reaction to the negative effect on the property owner, but it is temporary. It can have long-lasting effects, but we're not the final decision maker. My concern with keeping them back to they're elected, we're not. Elected officials, I hate getting into this, but they also take campaign donations. There's an opposite argument to be made about the fact that they're accountable. There's some benefit to us as not being elected and having potentially more independent of a voice for what is a temporary decision, not even a temporary action that then is made final after a full hearing and discussion, and then the city council, the elected body, does make that final decision. So my hesitation is whether the current structure is not potentially the striking of a balance. I think maybe the Historical Preservation Commission having that same ability, it maybe is too far on the other side, because they're generally, I believe, more interested in historical than the commoner, and so they may be a little more aggressive even. So I have wondered if we are not the middle ground that should remain involved, neither elected, but also neither extreme views on historic preservation. So I'm not final on any of that. I just, I don't think it's quite as simple. I agree with what both of you are saying, but that's my qualifications to your points.
My answer to that would be this. I think there are instances where maybe a check on an elected official is appropriate. What we're talking about here is the ability to initiate an application when less than 51% of the ownership agrees. That is a authority that should be in the hands of the true legislative body. So what it says is that the city council or 50% or more, more than 50%, so 50.1, can initiate an application. But the Historic Preservation shall have the authority to initiate the amendment, but only if more than 50%. So it's trying to prevent, I think, what the issue is here, which is if the HP Commission, decides that a building should be designated historic, that disruption that you're talking about, and you say it's temporary, this has been going on in one particular application for quite some time because this very issue is convoluted. An issue like this should go straight to council where it could be decided. I feel the same way when issues come through us and we sort of punt it by continuing it when it's a perfectly ripe application and we don't hear it, and that delays the ultimate outcome for the applicant. I think this puts it in the hands of the decider, and I think that's where it should be, especially if the ownership of the property doesn't agree. It is a property rights issue. I feel very strongly that right there should be enough to garner a city council decision on it and not an initiation of an application by a body that wasn't elected to make that decision.
Let's just get serious about this. This all arose because of the First Christian Church. That application to initiate historic designation actually was started by a city council person. And then the council discussed it, and something was said about, well, HP really has already started an application, or may start an application, or we should wait and see what they do. So they stepped back, and HP went forward.
Well, that was because
there was a lot of
no.
Absolutely, that was true.
No, the original, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Shadid wanted the HP laid over 8 acres, and Historic Preservation wanted the HP laid over 32 acres.
The only reason that was true was because that was the ownership designation. So at the beginning of the process, it was all identified. Whether that would have been how the application had gone forward if it had ever been actually discussed and considered is questionable. It may very well have narrowed down to just the corner. But the point is here, I think, that whether a property is historic or not doesn't have anything to do with whether the owner thinks it is or isn't. Abraham Lincoln slept in this house, and the owner of it doesn't care about that, and he's going to tear it down. That doesn't make it okay. It's historic or it's not historic. And the entity that we have in this city that is designed to make those decisions and to apply the facts to law is the HP Commission. I became intimately aware of how this process plays out over the Brockway Center, where the owner of the property at the time was ready to tear down a structure that everyone now seems to agree is historic, needs to be preserved. But when the owners of that property in the past, who wanted to see it preserved, had gone to their city council person, they got the cold shoulder because their council person wasn't really interested in spending the political capital that would have required. So the building was about to be torn down, and the owner of the property was not in favor of seeing it designated. So if there had not been a process by which that system could be interrupted by unelected officials, it would be gone today, and I think that would be a real loss. These kinds of buildings exist, I'll just go right ahead and say it, in Ward 2, in Ward 7, and in Ward 6. This is not some kind of rampant every other week a building gets declared historic. And it doesn't make it any more or less likely to be considered a taking for it to be designated as an historic structure. That is nonsense. There's no great liability that's going to be visited on the city because the HP process is underway.
So it's hypothetical, are they going to proactively, like the Gold Dome, are they going to proactively, make that historic, or are they just going to wait till somebody buys it and decides to tear it down to?
Nobody has taken any action to declare the Gold Dome historic.
I know, but I'm just, as an example, it's historic, it's weird, odd, and gold, and there's a lot of people that want to save the thing.
We can go back and forth about all kinds of buildings in this town. We can talk about every example, to me, that doesn't change the argument. If you want to invoke the church, let's invoke the church. If they owned it for 30 years and then they decide they want to make a change and somebody can come in and initiate an application to designate that historic and prevent it, if you agree with that, if you think that's okay, then you should vote not to push this to council. If you think that sounds ludicrous to you, you should vote to push this to council. To me, it's that simple.
I don't agree with that. I think that the whole process by which this has been pushed forward has been driven by a desire to solve a problem that doesn't exist. I think the decision of this kind needs a framework that will be provided by the structure of Preserve OKC that is on track, it's on schedule, March is not that far away. I think it's important for us to let this process play out rather than make a decision. You know the law well enough to know that bad facts make hard law, hard facts make bad law, and that's exactly what's happening here.
And I think pushing it to council and letting the members of Ward 2, Ward 6, Ward 3, or whatever was the other one you said. 7. Make the decision and provide the input there is a perfectly appropriate way to make that decision. So we don't have to agree, and we clearly don't. So I'll make a motion to...
No, we're going to hear from the people who are here to speak.
Madam Chairwoman, I hate that I didn't think I was going to have to leave early, but I was supposed to be somewhere 20 minutes ago, and I've now pushed way past. I have to leave, unfortunately. That leaves you with a quorum, but whatever you do will have to be unanimous.
Okay.
But I've got to leave. Unless there's going to be a vote now, and I hate to not hear from more people, but I've got to leave.
I'm going to hear from these people.
Okay. I hate that. Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. I understand. It is way past our time. Brian Davis.
Sorry, Commissioner. Appreciate it. Well, let's see, not quite 5 hours into this marathon, I'm reminded of the joke that we used to tell in the press room at City Hall in Chicago, that government and sausage are alike and that nobody should ever see how either one gets made. Good afternoon to you, or now good evening, Madam Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Brian Davis, and I reside at 905 Northwest 41st Street. I appear before you today as the Historic Preservation Representative of the Crown Heights Edgemere Heights Neighborhood Association. The changes just delivered to you notwithstanding, we believe that these amendments to the Zoning and Planning Code represent an overreaction to something that has not even happened yet. We're talking here about a rare situation that is but a tiny piece of a much broader set of policy issues. It's a complicated subject which demands more thoughtful and deliberate consideration, such as the city is undertaking with the Preserve OKC planning process. Our association's initial interest in this legislation was based on the City Council's decision to short-circuit landmark designation proceedings for the First Christian Church. Our community is directly adjacent to that property. The Council's action effectively robbed us of a long and well-established avenue for input on the issue. Our concern escalated into alarm with the introduction of this ordinance in its original form, opening the door as it did to making the Council the sole arbiter of declassification, whether it be of individual landmarks or entire historic preservation districts, where literally thousands of Oklahoma City residents choose to call home. The councilmen responsible for the ordinance have insisted that that is not their intent, and indeed, as the council has discussed previously, they're taking steps. There's negotiations occurring now involving Heritage Hills, involving Crown Heights, involving Councilman Stonecipher, to correct the language and change it from the way it was originally drafted. But as it was originally drafted, and the amendments have still not officially been introduced, our association fears, frankly, that this law could be used as a weapon in a broader attack on historic preservation. What has become clear is that we're not just talking about an individual parcel of land, but rather about issues that affect the very fabric of our city. Using First Christian Church as an example, straight up, can it be saved given its structural and environmental problems? What if the buyer cannot afford or does not want to do so? We must consider his or her rights and figure out how to pay for the property and the renovations if we decide as a community that that church must be preserved. If those 30 or so acres do undergo redevelopment, how do we manage the impact on the people in the surrounding neighborhoods like Crown Heights and Edgemere Park? We must also consider how these decisions affect their quality of life and their property values and their property rights. All of this demands development of a comprehensive, uniform policy that cannot be formulated piecemeal, code amendment by code amendment. I'm reminded of a conversation that I had in 2008 with one of our civic leaders as we looked down from Chase Tower on all the open space that was created between downtown and midtown. All that history destroyed because of what we now understand was an ill-considered fit of urban renewal in the 1960s and 1970s. And this guy shook his head and said, "We tore too much of it down." How do we safeguard what's left? In fact, if we want to safeguard what's left. Somewhere in here we must also acknowledge a newer school of thought that's gaining traction in cities across the United States, that the sort of low-density zoning not limited to historic preservation or urban conservation districts, but a hallmark of neighborhoods built in certain eras, that low-density zoning is a barrier in terms of race and class and community building and should be reconsidered as we figure out how to shape our urban landscapes in the 21st century. Here's the bottom line as far as our organization is concerned. There is no need to hurry this. There is no clear and present danger of a lawsuit, which the sponsor of this ordinance say they fear. The deal between First Christian and Crossings Community Church is dead. We are not aware of any other situation in Oklahoma City that would justify a rush towards such a radical revision of the landmark process. There is plenty of time then to sort this out. Indeed, we are but 5 months away from the scheduled completion of Preserve OKC. We're talking in the end, ladies and gentlemen, about shaping policy that will have tremendous impact on the life of our city and its people for decades to come. There are so many elements to the discussion. Let's make sure we take our time. Let's get everybody to the table and get it right. We have urged the City Council to engage with us rather than to dictate to us, and as I have said, that process is ongoing. It's happening literally as we speak. But right now, the way things stand, the Crown Heights, Edgemere Heights Neighborhood Association respectfully urges the Planning Commission to return this ordinance to Council with a vote of no. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kayla Lewis. I can't believe these people didn't wait until 6:24 to be heard. Jan Hook. I don't see Jan. Okay.
I need some education. Was the 32 acres, the 8 acres, the church considered historic before they tried to sell?
I think Katie Friedel would probably be the best person to speak to that issue. Would you, please?
Well, the process that was taken on earlier, and Katie can speak to the specifics of what HP put forth, was the first, by council, the discussion was as to just the corner piece.
No, I'm talking about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, before any of this started. Was it the church and the acreage considered historic? Was it under HP? Was it dictated by anybody that said, here's what you can and can't do there?
Katie Friddle, Program Planner for Historic Preservation. In, I believe, 2011, the entire church property, all 32 acres, was listed in the National Register of Historic Places as a historic district. That is a federal tool, and it does not come with local regulation tied to it. It only applies regulation if there's a federal undertaking. But that was where the Historic Preservation Commission's decision to initiate for the entire site came from, and that was initiating consideration, as was touched on earlier, that would have been evaluated through the review process if that was the appropriate boundary for a landmark. But that was the basis of the proposed boundary.
So it was not under Oklahoma City Historic Preservation Commission or Historic Preservation District prior to or at this time?
Okay, so the dust-up began when they wanted to sell. So it kind of becomes the Brahms and the Donahue building kind of deal. I mean, not the same scope at all, but, and I don't want to sound crass here, but if Crown Heights wants to control the 32 acres, then come up with the $8 million that they want to sell it for, and you guys can do whatever you want to do with it. And make it as historic as you want to make it, but we're back down to its property owner rights. I mean, the people who own that church, who weren't under anybody's thumb until they wanted to sell, and now they're all of a sudden under somebody's thumb, that's, if I owned that property, I wouldn't be happy.
Still paying taxes.
Yeah. I'm with Commissioner Cravens on this. We need to send this back to the City Council, is how I mean, they've asked for our decision on it. I think their concerns are valid. I think your concerns are valid. But to me, it all boils down to property owner rights, period. If you don't like what they want to do with it, and it wasn't under historic preservation until it was all of a sudden going to sell, then come up with the money and buy it, or leave it alone. Let the property owner sell it.
If the property is already designated historic, there's a process to protect it.
Sure.
If someone owns a piece of property that's not designated, that is the issue that this ordinance is trying to address.
Right.
And the idea that that I have the ability to bring an application forward to try to have something designated historic is completely ludicrous to me. And against the owner's will is my bigger issue. That is the defining issue for me. No one should have the ability to initiate that application if the owner doesn't agree, except the City Council. So why in the world would we need to put that through this process? And think about, again, cat's out of the bag here, we're talking about it. Think about the amount of time that has passed from the time there was a contract announced and the arguments began, and then what's transpired since then is absolute nothing. It's held that property hostage. If that was your property, how would you feel?
I don't agree with that.
You don't have to.
First of all, the Crown Heights Church was for sale for years.
For years, and nobody touched it.
And that wasn't because of any shadow of historic designation.
And then the minute that it was announced that somebody was going to buy it and tear it down, what happened? It's too late to argue about this. It is what it is. You feel how you feel. I make a motion that we recommend approval of the ordinance to City Council. Somebody second this thing so we can go home.
Second.
It's not going to pass. Let's vote.
I have a motion. I have a motion and a second.
Shut off the air conditioning and the lights.
I have a motion and a second to recommend
Approval of the ordinance to City Council.
approval of the amendment to the ordinance.
Yeah.
City, all in favor?
Aye.
Does not pass.
So I'll make a motion that we push the application forward to City Council without a recommendation.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to push the ordinance forward without a recommendation.
They're going to take it up anyways, right?
Yep.
That motion fails as well.
If there's no motion that can pass, then it's going to be automatically continued, and then it'll go back up to the council as a no recommendation from this body.
So, thank you for coming. Additional items, communications and reports, Planning Commission committees, Planning Commission members. I did want to actually read to you something. I bet I didn't keep it. There was rather a eloquent, I thought, comment in the, let me just make sure about that, in the one of the letters that we received about item number 14, about preservation of the upland forests. I will go back and see if I can't find it. And with respect to both the forests and the aquifers, I think this is something that we need to come to terms with. We've kind of pushed off everything to wait until the code update and see how it deals with stuff. But it seems to me not a good thing that we have in Plan OKC such strong language about the preservation of the upland forests and tree cover, and also mitigation of impact on the aquifer, and then week after week after week, we just kind of check that box and move stuff on. I think we need to ask staff to develop a little more serious and tailored guidelines than just, 100 feet from the creek bed, which seems to be universally viewed by developers as completely unapplicable. There's no way to even tell what that means. So I think we need guidelines to help us grapple with these issues with respect to both the upland forests and the preservation or the protection of the aquifers. That's my comment. That's my 2 cents for today. Anybody else have any 2 cents? Scott, you look like you've got a whole nickel. Planning Department. Development Services. Municipal Counselor. Development Services, by the way, thank you very much for your efforts to accommodate the crowd that we had today. I thought that all went about as well as it could possibly have gone in terms of people being here and being able to see and hear and participate. There are no citizens to be heard. There's no other business. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I appreciate everybody's ability to talk things out. This is good conversations to have.
Motion to adjourn.
Move adjournment.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned.